You want me to sign it? I'm fine with it. I just, since you're giving it to.
Being after 10 o'clock, are we ready?
Yes, sir.
Policy and governance called to order. All three offices are represented. Notice the meeting was properly posted July 15, 2022. Entertain a motion to
Motion to approve minutes.
June 14th. Motion second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And then item 2, we do have a citizen who'd like to speak. John, if you're available.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is John Pettis, 1208 Northeast 55th Street, Oklahoma City, 73111. And my reasoning for coming today is to ask that the committee consider under this ARPA funding monies for housing and small businesses for areas outside of Oklahoma City. Last time the county was funded for the ARCLA money, they provided funds to help families with their rent and also the small businesses outside of the Oklahoma City area, and request that you all could reconsider that under this year's funding too, because the need is still there. The eviction courts downstairs is crowded all the time for families being evicted. The small businesses in the small communities outside of Oklahoma City is still suffering from the COVID-19. And I ask that the county provide the same level of funding under this round as it did the previous one. Okay.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Christopher, did you have item 2?
Yes.
Yeah, come on up.
Good morning, everybody. As we start to talk about these ARPA funds, I want to keep in mind, let's do the right thing, okay? We know that when it comes to CARES Act money and ARPA funds, there's a tainted history of corruption and greed behind that. Federal government has said specifically you cannot use this for carceral facilities. Now, I know that county commissioners, CJAC, as well as their overlords, the Oklahoma City Chamber of Commerce, are going to say that, well, it's going to go to mental health. There's no guarantee, there's no accountability. We don't even have any accountability of their over $40 million that goes into that jail right now. There's no accountability. There's barely any receipts. So if we're going to try to keep this legal, because you guys have got the grand jury, you've got the Department of Justice, and you've had a lawsuit already regarding all of this stuff. Let's do the right thing. It does not need to go to a carceral facility. It needs to go to the various other areas that need to be addressed, particularly areas outside of Oklahoma City. Let's do the right thing, and let's not do illegal shit.
All right, item 2, discussion and possible action regarding the policies, processes, procedures, ARPA funding allocations. If we go ahead and have the consultants come up and review the projects at hand.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Nice to see you again. I think we have, the PowerPoint there. That'll get us going. So just as a quick point of introduction, similar drill to what we went through last time where we reviewed the current set of proposals. Again, we're focused on just internal county government needs at the moment, and looking for decisions today around, based on our analysis of whether it's likely eligible, likely ineligible, et cetera. If P&G wants to recommend these proposals for BOCC consideration or not, or if they want to defer for deciding on that at a later time. So with that, we'll have Danny come up and give a walkthrough of the proposals.
Good morning. A lot of them will be ones you have already seen that we have talked about before, but there are additions to it this time. So I was assuming we'll just run back through it from top to bottom. We can go a little quicker on ones that we have already talked about, but we have about 56 proposals, so it might take a second.
Hold on a minute.
Yes.
Joe is suggesting we do this under item 7, so let me go ahead and if we need to discuss anything under item 2 at this point.
Okay, so you're, item two is policies, processes, and procedures. 7 is projects. You're looking for action on the projects. We want to be in 7.
7,
So
yeah.
All right.
the wording.
So what you're about to present us, let's wait till 7,
Okay.
item 7 for that. Anything under item 2 we need to discuss at this point?
Yes. So as we've heard from both of the individuals who spoke before us today, we've been discussing the county's internal needs now, what seems like forever. And as I tried in the last meeting to get us to turn our focus outward and unsuccessful in that, I would again like to have that discussion about what the next steps are, or actually the first steps would be as we look to now begin to put the money into the community. And so the consultants have put together a little review of kind of what has been done across the country. And they have that document, and I'd like them to present that to you and for us to receive it as well. So it's part of the record. And then once that's been presented, kind of talk about maybe what the next steps are, whether that be they're doing public meetings, where the public can come and express what needs they have, be it small businesses, be it individuals, but how we can do perhaps some listening sessions out in the community. So that is what I would like to discuss under item 2.
Joe, can you remind me, it seems like we've already approved 15 million in rental assistance from separate funding it was
So-
kind of ARPA related, but it was
And-
separate.
Mr. Pettis happens to serve on the County Home Finance Authority, so
Yep.
he might be able to help me out. But my recollection, Miles, is, yeah, we approved some money out of CARES, and then we got separate allocations out of ERA 1 and ERA 2,
Right.
which County Home Finance Authority is administering, and then the program provider, if you will, is Community Cares. As you may know, that money is now beginning to dry up, and in some instances, some of those allocations are completely gone. As Mr. Pettis alluded to, and it was in the Daily Oklahoman a week or so ago, a coming eviction crisis here in Oklahoma County. So I think it would be appropriate for us to consider working with County Home Finance Authority to look to continue that program, but beyond that, to look to see if there are ways that we can work with them to provide more long-term housing. Several years ago, and I may need John to help me with this, we had what was called the CURE program, where we would take properties that had fallen to the county and
That's a long
they were revitalized.
Jim Roth.
Yes.
Yep.
It was Jim. And then we got a statutory change where we could give those properties directly to nonprofits who were in provided affordable housing projects. So I think we have some means to, beyond just the short-term rental assistance, mortgage assistance, utility assistance, I believe we have some opportunities to perhaps partner with some agencies to do some more long-term sustainable housing, especially in some areas that have been economically depressed and disadvantaged. So those are the types of things that in that realm I would like to see. In addition, there are some organizations that focus solely on providing long-term housing for our veterans. So getting our consultants in a position now and directing them to go out and to begin to discuss with providers what opportunities might exist for the county, I think is an appropriate step. And I think we're to the point now internally that all of the projects that we know of now are before us. So I don't know how much more time and research we need to continue to do there. I think, would you say 56 before us to start looking at today for possible recommendation on? So that's in the housing side. OIA administered our small business and nonprofit grants. There are still needs for that. So that's the type of things I'd like to see us begin to look to. Public health is still an issue. Perhaps working with City County Health Department. We were able to help them a little bit last time via OIA, but I don't recall it. I mean, it was under 100,000 if I remember correctly. And they had some long-term needs that they were looking to do in order to better position themselves to deal with not only this pandemic, but future issues. So I think it's time that we ask the consultants to begin to help us develop a plan to get out into the community, to find out the needs, and then send back to us some recommendations on how we might be able to help. And what they're going to present to you all is just a starting point, kind of a review of what's been done in other areas. So if you guys want.
Good morning.
Morning.
Thank you for the opportunity to allow us to share this report. We could go ahead and you'll see that this report surfaces and shares our research. Thank you so much. Shares our research on state allocation trends, comparable county allocation trends, and then we conclude in section C with city allocation trends. And then at the end of this document, we share prospective funding opportunities specific to Oklahoma County. So you can see here in section A, we'll run through some highlights of areas that are trend lines that we're seeing right now with state allocation trends, specifically within broadband, water infrastructure, public health services, and then general state operations and administration. And you can see this data here showcases where several states have already obligated their ARPA funding. And then on this next page here, we provide particular projects of interest in certain states, also allowing you, as you can see, with a hyperlink to dig a little bit deeper into certain projects that might be of interest specifically to Oklahoma County. And we are, of course, happy to discuss details further on any of these state projects where you can see, and again, they fall within those trend lines that we just highlighted. And then moving on to section B, so this is where our research surfaced specific comparable county ARPA allocation trends, specifically those top areas of interest that we're seeing trending right now fall within the categories of public health, specifically within behavioral health, the human services, focused on families, children, and education, and then broadly community and economic development, specifically highlighting infrastructure. Additional categories that are worthy of noting, in no particular order: workforce and employment, diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives, housing and homelessness services, small business support, and justice and public safety. And similar to the state data that we had surfaced, this is a comparable counties graphic where you can see that many of our comparable counties right now, those allocation trends are falling within public health programs and human services. And then we start to dig a little bit deeper, and our research surfaced what our neighbors in Tulsa County are doing in terms of their allocation trends, and we highlight specific areas where they have already allocated some of their ARPA funding. And then we take a look at comparable counties. So those comparable counties are comparable in terms of population and then also their ARPA allocation as well. So we look at Hidalgo County, Texas, Montgomery County, Maryland, and then Fulton County, Georgia. And again, similar to our neighbors in Tulsa, we went ahead and highlighted specific projects where allocations have already been awarded within those, again, trending areas. And then moving on to section C, this is where we conclude our research in our city ARPA allocation trends. And you'll start to see similarities in terms of those trending categories, both in the state and then those comparable counties that we just highlighted. So our city ARPA allocation trend lines right now fall within budget stabilization, public health, improvements to failing infrastructure, efforts to keep residents housed, and then inclusive support for local entrepreneurs and a bolstering of local economies. And again, we surfaced data that highlights those funding trends. And then this final section here, underneath of the examples that we highlighted of specific funding opportunities within cities, you can see our prospective funding opportunities. And on this next 2 pages here, we'll highlight 8 different categories, and again, these categories and possibilities are listed here in no particular order, and they're specific to what a lot of our research has surfaced in terms of specific Oklahoma County needs. So you can see, again, in no particular order, these categories range from public health, housing and homelessness, public safety and justice, and broadband and general infrastructure. And within each category, while we tried to keep the general prospective projects broad, we also tried to be as specific as possible as well, again, specific to the needs of Oklahoma County. Highlighted some examples of what's happening across the country, specific to projects within these categories. And again, we're certainly happy to speak to this research and provide further detail if any of these projects are in discussion right now. And then moving on, for our final four categories: arts, culture, and tourism, education, workforce development, and then our final category that we had listed here, economic relief and development. So similar to the previous page, while we try to keep the prospective funding opportunities broad, we also try to add as much specificity to the Oklahoma County needs as possible. So this concludes our current research status. Certainly open to any questions or discussion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Make a motion to receive the document.
Second.
Motion and second to receive the document. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anything other?
Requested that we hit our buttons.
I didn't hear you.
It's been requested that we hit our buttons.
Oh.
Sorry.
All right, now that we're caught up, well, item 3, service project status report.
Hold on, please. So after hearing that, and hopefully you'll get a chance to read over and review it, I would like to ask the consultants to put together for us their vision of how we can begin to get out into the community to hear the needs and begin to catalog what types of assistance are there, and then we can begin to place those in the appropriate categories. So I'm thinking, if you all are in agreement, a series of listening sessions, if you will, where they can go out, they can explain a little bit about what ARPA is and what it isn't, what would be required of recipients, what project eligibility requirements would be, et cetera, and then just get a sense of the true needs, the specific needs. You know, I probably all of us have ideas of what might be needed within the community, but actually getting out and hearing it from our residents, I think would be beneficial. So that's what I'd like to see our next step to be. Some of these things that are in the report that they just presented are also things that we can perhaps do in-house through some of our own departments. Social services, for example. We can currently do respite care, but we might be able to expand upon that now, utilizing some of the ARPA funds to be able to serve more individuals. So it's a mixture of both, but I think it's time that we now begin to listen to the community. So that's what I'd like to see. Hi, Stephen.
Yeah, that's fine. When yeah, you can point us in that direction, and we can start to work toward a plan for getting out in the community, focus groups, workshops, town halls, listening sessions. We can put together a proposal of sort of ideas,
okay,
and see what everyone agrees on to move forward.
That would be wonderful.
Okay.
What's been going on everywhere else that you're working? How are they learning, if you will?
Yeah,
Because there were several things in the report that I noticed. One, partnerships and doubling our outreach efforts with other municipalities and such. I think that's something that we should certainly examine. I don't know that we've reached out across Oklahoma City or anything of that sort, that nature yet. But how are they going about this?
Yeah, it's a mix of pulling data from other organizations who are engaged in this way already, who are on the ground doing these things, and also just conducting these sessions and hearing the voices in the community, getting their input, having that help tailor the design of the overall program. So see where the needs are, prioritize accordingly.
So do we need that in the form of a motion?
Joe, I think we're cart before the horse right now because we don't even know what we're funding on our own aspect.
We have $154 million.
Yep.
Actually, 144 less what we've approved, plus what we're paying. So conservatively, we have $140 million available. I don't think it's too much to ask that we begin to see what needs are out in the community and be able to balance those against our own internal needs.
Nothing
So,
wrong with that, but
I think
appearance of false hope is
Oh, I don't-
worse and more detrimental than anything.
I don't
We don't
think
know
it's
what we
false
got
hope.
yet. We've got 4 years to figure this out. Other people are throwing things out there so fast that in year 3 and year 4, people are going to be looking for funding and looking for help, and nobody's going to have anything around.
All I know is we have immediate needs both internally and externally, and to sit around and to wait does nothing to address the immediate needs. If we run out of money, so be it, but we've addressed the needs in the short term. All I'm asking is that we begin to look into the community to see what might be able to be done, whether it's 5 million, 100 million, I don't know, but we're paying essentially a lot of money. We should utilize them to the fullest extent possible, and I have great confidence that they are capable of being able to meet our internal needs as well as develop a plan for external needs. So that my motion is as I previously stated. I hit my button. This is on item 2.
2 still, yeah.
How does that motion read?
To
We're
direct
asking-
the consultants to begin to develop a plan for community outreach so we can ascertain what areas of assistance are needed in the community. How's that?
Okay, and was that seconded?
Second.
All right, we got a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Thank you, Miles. Michael, appreciate it.
All right,
What did you think was going to happen?
item,
I tried last time. I don't know.
We all want to help the public. It's just that we got to do it.
item 3, have we pretty much gone through the status report already? We all agree to that. All right, no action there. Item 4,
I'd like to begin receiving these status reports into the record. So, motion to receive the document.
oh, fair enough.
Second.
There's motion second to receive the document. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Karen, discussion possible action, employee of the month.
Good morning. Mine's pretty simple. We didn't have any nominations for the month of July for Employee of the Month. So we will shoot for August.
I was going to put Joe in for it, but all right.
Okay.
All right, no employees of the month. No action for item 4 then.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I object, it would be Cody.
You're putting Cody in?
Yeah.
Item
No.
5.
That was a setup.
IT, consideration renewing MOU.
Good morning.
Morning.
Really, this is just to bring it to the attention because we're now into July and there's not a renewal agreement. So
So we're
if the
just-
board is interested in doing it again,
They are or aren't?
that's what I'm asking you.
Do we have one ready?
Well, it'd be the same as,
It'd be the same. We'd probably adjust the numbers a little bit to update it.
have we reached out to them, or do we know what they need? Do we know if they're wanting to break off? I mean, what?
The last I heard from any conversation I had with their IT director is they were working with Cox to do an agreement. I thought it was going to make it, last I heard, it was going to make it on the agenda for the April trust meeting, and that didn't happen. And then maybe the May trust meeting, and that didn't happen. So I don't know where it stands.
So we've heard, I mean, gosh, I can't remember. They were going to go out on their own, and it seems like 18 months ago that they were going to be out on their own. I might not have that exactly.
The original agreement
Right.
was for 6 months.
Whatever we do, in my opinion, it should be a month to month.
Okay.
You need to, and I'm sure you guys have already done this, and you mentioned it that you would, but reevaluate the services that we're providing, the cost of those services, as
Right.
well as I think the rate in here is $56.
53 or 56
56.
Yeah.
That rate certainly needs to be
increased, probably. Yep.
increased.
1%,
I'm sorry.
9.1%.
Oh,
Sorry,
whatever
inflation,
inflation. Yeah. But at some point, they need to get out on their own.
Agree.
So if you'll make those changes,
Just let us know one way or the other.
do you want him to bring it back for us to look at, or just put it directly
I
onto the
would
board?
say get it to BOCC.
Yep. Okay. We can do that.
All right.
Thanks.
So that would be what, 61,
And then-
$62 an hour, somewhere in there. You want to just leave that to them for their
Yeah, I think that
the hour rate?
if I remember right, Miles, it was based off of a salary and benefits calculation. So yeah, just
You guys good with that? Figuring that number out? Okay.
motion to receive the update.
Second.
Motion is second.
Hold on, let me get out of this
I can't get out of the.
actual document. There you go.
Okay, a second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And then, unless my glasses are deceiving me, 6 appears to be what 3 was, so no action there. Item 7, now we'll do the discussion and possible action regarding proposed projects and programs. Welcome back.
Happy to be back. Alrighty. All right, so like we said, some of these are ones you guys have already seen, and we're just waiting to take further action on based on P&G consideration, and then a handful of them are new. There's about 56 total proposals. Everything that is in here is up to date as of last week. We did receive a proposal yesterday through the internal system, which is not on here. So this just kind of runs through, like I was saying, we've got the 56 proposals, everything through last week, and we are still waiting on kind of understanding where we want to go on the guidance for the premium pay for the county. So this is just our high-level roll-up. We're going to go through each of these individually. It just kind of gives you your funding numbers, your categories, and where its status is at. As you can see, there are quite a few. So this again goes into understanding what our slides look like in the bottom corner. Most everything you see today is going to say purple, which means it's ready for you guys to take action on if you want to. The only ones that are in the escalation are the ones related to premium pay, and not because there's any necessary concerns with them. We just want to figure out the formulas with you guys. So we have them in numerical order as they were submitted. So there's no particular order other than that. It's not us ranking them or anything. It's just the way they've come into our system. So this is from the county IT department. This is one we have discussed previously. It's for the disaster recovery hardware replacement. So this funding would allow for replacing those hardwares at the warm site backup location. Currently, the implemented hardware has reached its manufacturer's end-of-life dates, and so this is something that was already slated for replacement. We believe that this falls within the eligibility criteria in 3.5, and as you can see, our funding numbers in the top corner.
Danielle,
Yes.
on this, is this we may need Dean and Rich. We've already spent some funds, and and we were going to look to reimburse. So is this the reimbursement or this
No,
is a?
this
would be a
particular
direct
one
purchase?
is we had a project where we bought new hardware that we were given capital project money for, that is for here at the annex. This is a separate non-reimbursement request. This particular one is non-reimbursement to get new equipment at the warm site as well.
Is the reimbursement request?
The reimbursements are here. Danielle will get them
Okay,
to us.
all right,
We'll be
thank
at
you.
the end for those. But this one would be a non-reimbursement. This is just a.
All right. Thank you, Danielle.
Yeah, we are very thankful for all of our departments to be here and speak on all of these items. To his point, we do have a handful. Like I said, we've done all of this in numerical order as when they were submitted. So we do have some from County IT that came in on not on the later end, but after other proposals, and they are some of them are reimbursement. So we'll get into that. This is for detention officer salary and benefits. We have several requests related to salary and benefits, as you guys know, from this office, from the detention center, and from the sheriff's office as well. These are something that we have had open discussion with you guys about on how we need to document the time spent responding to COVID-19 in order to reach the funding numbers. We do think and would just want to call out that the amount requested is likely to decrease in all offices based on what those numbers are that we get and the calculation that we get to. But we do believe that a portion of it is an eligible expense.
And have you begun to receive the information necessary to calculate that?
So we do have meetings set up this week with one of the departments to work through their justification.
Okay.
This is one you guys have seen as well. This is the kind of first no that we have given on projects. So this was for the court clerk's office to purchase the warehouse to maintain their files for the judicial system. As you guys know, they keep tons and tons of paperwork as required in state statute. However, we don't think that it necessarily falls well within the Arpa guidelines. And if you guys were comfortable, it would actually be a proposal we would recommend you guys archive at this time. This is from the county assessor's office for their Esri enterprise agreement. This is also an eligible expense, and we think it fits well within the effective service delivery. This is something that can actually be used amongst departments and with the public. So we see that it has a really strong benefit to the community as well. So this is allowing for a geographical approach to prioritizing projects that are within the county, programs ranging from affordable housing to broadband access, and it can be prioritized neighborhood by neighborhood. So we do think that this fits well. From engineering, we have the Stormwater Master Drainage Plan. So this plan would help to evaluate the unincorporated portions of the county and serve as a guide for the next 30 years. This fits well within the clean water, stormwater category that is an eligible use by the Treasury Department. From the engineering department, we also have some annex asbestos abatement, and we believe that since this is an enabler to HVAC improvements, this is also likely an eligible use of funds. So it would be something that is partnered with the ongoing HVAC updates. Also from engineering, we have the 6th floor remodel, and this is also about asbestos, but it's related to the flooring. So the 6th floor had the floor gutted and replaced due to asbestos and mold. And while it is a public health concern, and we understand that it is a strong need of the county, it does not fit well within the Arpa guidelines, specifically because it's not called out in there. And so while the other one works because it has to do with ventilation systems and protecting like airborne allergens and things like this, unfortunately in the flooring, we don't think that it fits as nicely. So this is also one that we would recommend archiving for no further consideration.
Danny, give me a second here.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, as she recommends stuff to be archived, such as this, and then the court clerk's $12 million, you want to go ahead and do those individually as she makes the recommendation and get them off?
Well, I was trying to. Yeah, that'll work.
That's why I'm
Write it
sitting here
down,
writing
so
as
yeah.
quickly as possible too.
I can go
So,
backwards.
Yeah, if you'll go to give me a number for the court, so I'll make a motion to archive item 10003, court clerk for $12 million, and I believe it was item one.
Yeah, let's just do one of these. Let's do it one at a time, because
You
we're
wanna do
gonna
one?
pass projects one at a time.
Okay. So that's the motion to archive that 10003 based
Second.
on the recommendation of Accenture.
Sorry, I lost my screen. Mark.
You're all right.
All right, we have motion second to archive project 10003. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay.
As much as I'd like to do that one.
100.
8.
Okay.
So I'll make the motion to archive 10008 engineering for $2.4 million, 6th floor remodel at the approval or at the recommendation of Accenture.
Second.
The motion is second to archive project 10008. Having flashbacks there. Hold on. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Sorry, Danny, I just think that'd be easier for all
No,
of
I
us.
agree.
Okay.
Let's just go ahead and do the approvals, possible approvals too, like the IT.
Okay.
It-
I'll make the motion.
Well,
for-
let me walk through this, because for the benefit of the public, if we went through all those items, we've got a X number of million of dollars sitting here. But if we start approving stuff, then we have to go back and forth. I'd prefer to see all the projects before us. I don't have a problem archiving those as we come across those that don't look like they meet the eligibility. But at the end of the day, when we get to the bottom line, we got to go back through, and if we've got higher things, like on my list, emergency management concerns might be a little bit higher than something else. So I would hope that we could work through some of those items today, but I would recommend we go through all the projects.
It's fine. You want to just archive them as we go, and then we'll continue writing. Whatever. Ouch.
Thank you.
To Michael's point, with the number of proposals that have been submitted within the county, it does exceed the allocation that the county has received. So we won't be able to fund all of them, which is why we are recommending archiving some at this time. If you guys want to, this is totally up to you as well, as we work through things. If there's items that raise flag to you that you want to personally archive, we can do that as well. So just let us know. Again, we're at here to help you guys out the best we can. So.
Danny, just so I understand, our internal requests actually go beyond our $155 million
Yes.
allocation? Okay, thank you.
It's at just shy of 160, so not by a lot, but it does. Alrighty.
Do
Yeah.
you know off the top of your head how much that 160 is ineligible? I mean,
Yes.
here's 14.4 already. So
Yes, hold on. I actually do have those numbers. All right, it's just pulling up. Okay, so as I mentioned, it's just shy of 160. We do believe, based off of some of the salary requests that are likely to be halved, it's going to go from about 72 to 36, so that will make a dent as well. Total, you guys have funded about $1 million or obligated about $1 million in the proposals that were approved previously. From projects that were removed on their own from your departments, it's 4.6. And so of the not likely eligible, you have about 17 million. And so with summary of removed projects and not likely eligible projects, it takes us to 137 million and some change. So still a high number.
unreal.
And we can email you guys that as well after.
That would be good.
Yeah,
Thank you.
no problem. All right, so we left off at the 6th floor remodel, archived that proposal, and then moving forward, we have the elevator capital plan from the Juvenile Bureau. This is an item for you guys to consider. It's not explicitly permitted or prohibited in final rule. We feel that we can make a strong justification on why the county needs this and how it serves an administrative need, a social distancing need, and a maintenance need as well. It's just something we like to call out, that it's not explicitly in final rule, but that doesn't mean that we don't think we can get there on it. We just want the county to have buy-in on that. And so we want you guys to feel comfortable with us making that justification. It's in the same vein when it comes to the Juvenile Bureau for their security, transportation, and field operations vehicles. So these would be used to help move the detention officers transporting the juveniles to medical facilities for their psych appointments or transferring them to other counties and things like that. They're only requesting 3 vehicles at this time, and we're thinking that you can make the justification under the prevention in a congregate setting. These would have separate heating and air systems to help prevent the spread of COVID, but it's the same thing. It's not explicitly in final rule. It's also not prohibited by final rule. We just want you guys to feel comfortable with it if anyone comes back to you about it. This is one that we unfortunately don't think we can make a justification on, and the department was great in working with us and trying to get there. This is for the increased detention food costs, and a part of that would be for the increased costs, and then a part of it would be for purchasing a new freezer for the Juvenile Bureau. This is definitely a need of theirs. We have toured the facility, and the freezer that they have has gone out. It makes it harder for them to buy food in bulk and all of those things. Certainly a need. Unfortunately, we don't think that it falls within Arpa, though, for funding. We did look into some of the provisions when it comes to school lunch programs that these kids fall into, and then kind of the school program itself as a Title I. But we really think that the way that final rule is written with regard to food services is much more when it comes to like local housing programs, like to individuals and things like that, versus internally like this. So this is one we would also actually recommend archiving.
Okay, I'll make that motion. Archive 10019.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to archive 10019. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Thank you.
Alrighty. This comes from Juvenile Bureau as well. They are requesting for construction of a courtroom lobby. Currently, there is no courtroom lobby or waiting area on the first floor of the Juvenile Justice Center. So as everyone is kind of waiting to get where they need to go, they're stuck in one area. We've seen photos, we've seen this firsthand. We do think that it fits as an eligible use in the prevention in a congregate setting as well, and falls within the public-facing facilities improvements under the eligible analysis. This is from the court clerk's office. It's for the 4th floor remodel. I just want to caveat, expect this number to go up a little bit, or we would recommend putting some money aside that it would go up a little bit with the cost of materials going up, with the cost of things that could go wrong. It's just something to be aware of when you're going to make a really big improvement like this, and it is an improvement, that it is likely to be a little bit more. So this would be something that would allow for social distancing in the court clerk's office. It is a kind of a redesign of the whole office. It currently doesn't meet the COVID-19 standards. It would help benefit that entire floor too, not just for the individuals working there, but anyone that comes up and has to receive services. It would help in the like facade improvements where people walk up to the counter and are trying to seek services. This would help space them out as well.
1 minute on that.
Mm-hmm.
Stacy, is that, was that targeted or listed for any of the upcoming Tiff reimbursements?
No.
Is that something that could be supplemented by the Tiff?
I don't think there's room in the TIF for that kind of.
I apologize. Can you step up the mic? And what we've been doing with second floor and other items, courthouse and annex,
Yeah,
we've been working with TIF dollars. So
Right.
is there anything?
The first 2 TIF programs are essentially over, and we've got a third one now that's in place. It's $5 million total, and you've got some pretty heavy projects against that already. So I don't think there's room for that. That exceeds your whole TIF right there. So.
Understandable. I was just trying to.
You know if that's contractor rate?
Yeah, that'd be a contractor
That's
price.
not, it's
Yeah.
not Chris and Keith's people doing,
That's correct. Yes, this would be outsourcing to a private contractor.
All right, thank you.
thoughts? What are your thoughts on that total?
It depends on the finishes that you would do in a space like that. You could certainly lower the cost if you had basic finishes. That's probably a pretty nice finish, I would say.
Similar to this, or?
Similar to this room, yeah. And you also have your design in there, so don't forget about that. So you got design, you got construction, you got testing. So it's going to be a bigger number than you're used to seeing.
Yeah. We'd have to bid this in the whole 9 yards, right?
Yeah, this needs to go out to bid, and also
Not only bid this through ours, but bid this though it's in compliance with federal law regarding wages,
yeah, so
disadvantaged business, et cetera. So-
Davis Bacon wages is going to make that go up.
Yep.
So that's what you're seeing. And there's probably an element of relocation of the people working on that floor while we build it. I don't know if it's a half at a time or move them into the other building or what we do there. So there's a lot of unknowns in that. But it's not that far out of bounds, really. It may not be out at all.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Thanks, Danny.
Yeah. So next is for the jury pavilion for the court clerk's office. Currently, the facilities do not allow for adequate spacing and staging or releasing area for citizens who've been summoned for jury duty. We have gotten to experience the tunnels in Oklahoma, and he was letting us know that they have previously had to use them actually to line people up that come in for jury duty because the numbers get so high. And we think that was very innovative. But so this would help kind of give an area to stage people. Part of it would be outside and things like that. So it helps with social
So
distancing.
at great
as well.
risk to my personal safety, I'll ask anyway. Have we had discussions with either the courts or the court clerk's office if they can modify the way they're doing their juries so that we're not calling? Is it Miles, every 2
Oh, don't drag me in the
weeks?
middle of
No,
this.
I'm just asking.
Yeah, did you mention the courts? I'm out.
I do
I'll
not
ask.
know the particulars on that, on if they could change the way that they summon or anything like that.
The way I understand, it's the amount of people that respond. Now, the courts themselves, each judge looks at each individual trial and kind of their experience and everything, they decide how many they think they're going to call upon based on dismissals and showing up and so on and so forth.
Yeah,
So
I'm just
it's
wondering
difficult.
if it's every 3 weeks it's a jury call or every 2 weeks, if we went to more frequent jury calls, it may not be practical, but
If we had control over that, that would be one thing. But you know as well as I do that we can't reach over there. And I mean,
No.
we can make suggestions and we can work with them. The jury pavilion. There's things that we need to do to protect our jurors. One of them is we really got to work with the city of Oklahoma City to close. I know they hate this when I say it every time. We've got to close our Robert S. Kerr for security.
really,
I know they scramble, and then Barnes usually gives me a cross-eyed look back there about going after this. But it's for emergency vehicles and such, we have ways of doing it to where they can still access it. And something like this, I don't think whatever the vision for this is would actually provide enough cover to do something and turn this into kind of a parklet kind of issue out here in front of us. But we've got to be able to do something for this. And I like this, but I don't think this goes far enough.
yeah, I'm not opposed to this. I understand the need. I'm just wondering in conjunction with this, if we've also looked at other ways of alleviating some of these issues. And perhaps that's already been done.
And I'm not entirely sure.
And in this
What this is.
location, is this not for
The
the
alley.
coverage in the alley?
I believe so.
So this is that covering the sidewalk portion only, right?
Yeah.
Okay. That's the lean-to from the
Yeah.
old emergency exit out of engineering down.
Yeah, it's like the alley just outside the south exterior to the jury assembly room.
That
Okay, thank you.
All right, this is from the county clerk's office, also for some ESRI improvements. As we spoke on the previous project related to these services, we think they're great for the community and for the public. This makes access for the public easier when remotely seeking information related to searches on property. So these are things people can do from their home. They reduces the amount of traffic in your county buildings. People don't have to come in, help support social distancing. It's definitely an effective service delivery model. So we see this as a very eligible use of funds as well. We'll kind of brush past this one, but it's for the county clerk's office premium pay. Again, we're just working with the county on what we want that formula to look like. So then the next couple are related to salary and benefits as well for the sheriff's office. And it's all in the same vein as what we talked about with the Juvenile Bureau. We do think that a portion of this is an eligible expense, likely to come down a little bit based on the documentation we can get for time spent responding to COVID-19. So we think it's something that could move forward, and just caveat that the number is likely to change. And that's the same for this one, for 44 and for 45. The reason there's several of them is because it's for different time periods.
are you projecting those going up or down?
Down.
Go back to the, if you would, the larger number you said was 160 million
Oh,
in
yeah.
county requests. How much of that is reimbursement of salaries and benefits that are currently budgeted already?
Specific
not
to
premium pay.
Specific to the sheriff's office, it's about $75 million. And then I would need to include what the detention center and the juvenile bureau have done. And I don't know those numbers off my top of my head, but let's say it's 5 million each, but it's probably 10. So you're looking at somewhere between 85 and 100.
So you spend that money, you're freeing up 85 to 100 million dollars in general fund that we could put towards
Yes.
Projects in the community.
Yeah.
Potentially. Yeah. Or we could just pay our salary and benefits out of the general fund like we always have because they're budgeted expenses, and look to do the premium pay and hazard pay.
Would also be an option, yes.
All right. Thank you.
Next is the Sheriff's Office Comprehensive Community Violence Intervention Program. This is considered an eligible use. The program itself has about 5 different pieces to it, from things like community policing, the school resource officer program, which we know is becoming even more increasingly popular at this time, the triad program, some interagency coordination opportunities, and then re-engaging the Citizens Advisory Board that has not been as active in recent years. This is what we're considering a likely eligible use of funds as well. We think that it has some good community benefits to it and would include all of these programs in one. This is also from the Sheriff's Office related to the premium pay. So the County Clerk's Office is requesting funding to continue their live chat feature. We find this as an effective service delivery as well. It allows customers to communicate remotely with the office. It's a little chatbot feature, so the staff can respond without even using a phone. They can do it all on their computer. People don't have to come into the building and things like that as well. So again, an eligible use.
On that one, so that's something that's in their budget already?
This would be to continue it. It is an ongoing cost. As you see, we have it checked. So when funding is no longer available for this program, it would have to come from the department.
Which they're currently doing.
That is my understanding.
Thank you.
This is for the county clerk's office for funding to purchase 100 laptops to ensure remote work. This does fit as an administrative need, and it does fall within the Treasury guideline as a technology infrastructure that is allowing for adapting government operations to the pandemic.
Hold on, Danny.
Mhm.
Didn't we just do that with CARES funds?
Say that again.
Didn't we just do that with CARES funds on laptops?
I thought they got us a certain amount of laptops. I don't see anybody from the clerk's office that could speak to that.
Okay.
I think y'all might be right.
We can certainly ask that question.
Thank you.
This is a reimbursement for the county clerk's office for hardware expenses. This is the things that they use to help ensure public meetings when the pandemic occurred. So this is technology improvements on cameras, on wireless audio and video enhancements to allow for people to continue to view public meetings and meet guidelines that are required by state and county to allow public access. Definitely a eligible use of funds. The next one is the county clerk's electronic online certification project. This is also a reimbursement for the project as well. This helps provide citizens and businesses the ability to remotely print digitally certified official copies. So kind of in the same vein, like prevents people from having to come in. It's a public service. It meets that effective service delivery and it is an eligible use of funds. We had a theme there.
This is statutorily permissible.
They're already doing it, so I'm gonna go with yes.
Right.
What's that? Sure. If you want to do it.
Come on in.
The previous laptops that were purchased, they were refurbished laptops. So they're about 7 years old. So they were purchased through Amazon. I think that they were around $500 a piece. We received several back that had been dropped, damaged, spilled with water on a few of them. A few of the boards were fried. I mean, they're still in use. They can still be used, but they're not great. So.
And then if this project was to pass, then you're looking at new laptops?
Yes.
And then how many would that, I don't know if that includes the number of laptops in there?
I think it's at 100, yeah.
100? Okay.
We do have the cost breakdown on that from the vendor. He was a lot taller than me. All right. So this is the next one that we would recommend archiving. This is for solar panels. This would be to kind of help with power supply and energy efficiency. And we think it's a great initiative, but it doesn't fall within eligible use in final rule. So we would recommend archiving.
Motion to archive item 10056.
Second.
Motion and second to archive solar panels. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Uh-oh, lost my formatting. This one is for air purifiers for the county clerk's office as well. This is to improve air quality. The funding allows for 2 different types of air purifiers. It is an eligible use of funds. It is certainly a ventilation improvement and could be moved forward.
Help me on this one. I think we just. Of course, my facilities people just.
Well, he's right there. He's got his sort of.
Okay. Oh my gosh, it is Keith. We did all this stuff previously to our air circulation and purification as an entire building, correct, Keith? I mean, we did like ionization, we did UV rays, we did so on and so forth. Do you see any advantage to this?
That's correct. We did so this building.
Get on up here. You look so good on camera. We want to see you. Your adoring public wants to see you.
We put ionizers and filtration systems in the annex in the Investors Capital Building, in the courthouse, also JJC, Lincoln, all of the county properties, I believe, with the exception of the Social Services Building.
Okay. Thank you.
And the elevators, right.
And the elevator.
Yes, exactly, all of the elevators.
So on this particular item, do you think we're duplicating efforts then?
I'm sorry I came in late, and I see the $52,000.
For
Where-
air purifiers,
Air purifiers in what building?
it would be a county clerk request, which would probably be for this floor only, I would think.
I think we've got that covered.
Motion to archive 10057.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to archive 10057. All those in favor say aye.
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 You're getting your up downs today, Danny.
We love it. All right, so the next one is the county clerk's office for a bandwidth project. This would be to increase their bandwidth. The project's aim is to increase the data throughput between the primary data center site and the secondary disaster recovery site.
Hey, don't run off with that one yet. Rich, Dane. Thank you. We're the spine of all bandwidth in this BOCC, your department, correct? How does this affect you, and is this something that we should look at doing countywide versus?
Yes, I think when you're talking about bandwidth, especially when you're talking about between here and the secondary site, that should be, it does need to be increased, and that is fine. I think it needs to be increased for everybody because there's more than just one office that backs up into that location.
Have you done a submittal?
Not for that yet, no.
Okay.
But this would also be, it would be an ongoing cost because it would be
It would
something
be.
that you pay, yeah. And
But
to
there's a
that end,
one-time investment, right? So we're having to increase our investment in
yeah.
equipment.
And when the money would
cabling,
stop, we'd have to keep going,
Yeah.
yes. It would also be very wise, in addition to this, to increase the actual the outgoing bandwidth as well for backup speeds.
So to that, and gentlemen, I don't know how you want to handle this. I'd like to see you guys submit something for that if you haven't already.
Well, I don't,
Dane's got a grin on his face.
I don't know. Hold on a minute. I don't know if it matters which office does it. If this bandwidth opens up
Well,
bandwidth, it's
let's-
open.
okay.
It absolutely matters.
Let me give you a quick fact here, okay, just before we go too deep into this. To increase the bandwidth out the door, our main internet line goes out the county jail right now. It's in the basement of the data center. It's where our OMS comes in, okay? The fiber that runs between the county jail and the annex is what we call OM1 fiber, okay? Anything more than the speeds that we're getting currently, it can't handle. So to get anything faster out the door, let's say we want to go to a 10 gig connection. Sure, we'd love to have it. That fiber can't handle it. So someone's running new fiber between the two locations. Just keep that in mind. So we can talk about increasing bandwidth to mid-con, that's fine. I mean, we can run new fiber here in the building, get new hardware, although that hardware probably wouldn't even arrive at the rate we're going currently with our purchasing a year. That's all doable. But anything bigger in terms of out the door, you're gonna have to put new media in the ground. And I don't know who actually owns that fiber or who ran that fiber 8 years ago, 9 years ago when it got cut the third time.
Is that something we need to talk with?
City of Oklahoma City, possibly.
And OMS?
Whoever, yeah, find out who owns it.
I mean, you say OMS, I say OMS.
No, not OMS. It's not OMS' fiber. It's either our fiber, it's the city's fiber, it's whoever ran that fiber. I'm not talking about OMS. OMS getting 10 gig to the jail, they can do that.
I'm talking about getting it to here.
But getting it from there to here.
Because we all understand that there was just a vote to do something with that building and create something new. So let's say that building's completely gone.
Right, now we gotta do something else.
We have to look at something.
Correct.
and
Now
that
getting,
would be-
yeah, if you wanna have a conversation with OMES about getting
There we go.
new fiber here, that would be optimal.
Which would also help
We would
the
love that.
separation and everything everything else. So why don't we look at a proposal of doing something
Yep.
that brings that directly into this building?
That was our concern 2 years ago when the
Okay.
trust was formed.
We got, we have the ability to look at those things and possibly address those now. So if we could submit a bid or submit a proposal, to Accenture.
Yeah, but that's
for
doable. We can
them
do
to
that.
examine, I would, do we want motions on stuff like this, gentlemen, or are you good with me just, or us just saying do it?
No, that's reasonable.
Okay.
I mean, on a lot of these, we had this discussion last time, right? Piecemealing infrastructure improvement for this office, and I would like to see everything put into one list and done that way. It's the same with this IT stuff. At the end of the day, it's the board's network. So, Miles, I think you're on point there.
Everybody note that time, 11:09. Joe said I was on point. Thanks, guys.
All right, you want an action item on this one then?
Like Joe said, I think they're fine as long as they understand to get that in. So
And we'll work with them on that. We're taking notes, so we'll get connected.
I'm sure there's probably a bunch of these. Yeah, I mean, we could probably archive this one. Just assuming that we rope or loop a bunch of these in together, because
Yeah.
I'm sure the county clerk's not the only one requesting some sort of bandwidth or internet or.
Yeah, and we would recommend on any of the proposals that you guys move forward that are related to annex improvements, like when we submit that to Treasury, we'd recommend bundling it all anyway.
I think for.
And definitely for IT stuff.
It's gonna be easier for tracking for all. So.
Yeah, there's a few right at the end related to IT, and they all string together quite perfectly. So definitely. And so if you guys want to archive this one, we can work with them on getting a new one.
So I'll make the motion to archive item 10058 for the county clerk for $90,000 for everybody to work together on the bandwidth project.
Second.
Thank you.
Motion is second to archive 10058. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
All right, this one is for the citizen participation and engagement model from the county clerk's office. This is connecting all of the online services together and presenting them through an online customer portal. They have made quite a few improvements to services reaching the public without requiring them to come into the physical building. So this kind of goes with that. And to you guys' point, we can kind of put them all together. A lot of these forward-facing ones that are for the effective service delivery for individual citizens. It does benefit the county, but it also benefits individuals.
Is this for an ongoing or is this currently?
It would be ongoing because you just have you're paying an online service.
And that's currently something in their budget.
It doesn't say previously budgeted, but it seems like there's something that they're doing that's very similar to
I was going to say I would need to go into my notes. I feel like the answer is yes. It's something they're already doing.
And then on the previously budgeted items, are we looking at reimbursement for prior year and then funding for the remaining 4? And that being 75,000, or is that 75,000 per year?
I need to pull up their cost summary. Hold on.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
Isn't this again one of those deals just like the previous one where?
Well, yeah, I should have asked the same thing on that, the previous one, but
Well, in terms of
seeing this one,
IT related
absolutely.
outreach, and so.
But you see what I'm saying, whether it's a one-time, whether it's a yearly, whether we're looking at partial reimbursement and partial future funding, so.
So this project goes from 2020. The cost would be from July to December for $15,000, and then in 2023 for the whole year it's $30,000, and then in 2024 is $30,000. So if you wanted to continue it after that, it would be we're looking at about $30,000 coming back to the department.
So that's a total reimbursement.
Yes.
For previous and future, okay. So that, but not every figure you're putting up there is done that way, correct?
So each cost summary is a little bit different because each project is a little bit different. We do have cost summaries on each thing that we can work through. Some of them are yearly breakdowns. Some of them are reimbursements of specific things. Some are moving forward. We do try and highlight the one-time cost versus the ongoing cost because these are the things the county has to keep up with if they choose to fund. So they are each done a little bit differently.
I understand, yeah, sorry. My thought is to wrap this up into the IT overall, and try to put as many of these IT items into a single funding item for tracking purposes. I think it's probably going to be easier as a one-time spend versus. Is that what we're seeing nationwide, or are we looking at how are they doing it nationally and locally?
So the caveat with combining some of the projects is going to fall into how they are defined as eligible. So a lot of these like public facing ones, like this one falls under E4, it's effective service delivery because the public is using it. Some of the improvements do fall under 3.5, and it is considered an administrative need. So it just is going to depend. If they're all under 3.4, we can bundle them up together and we'll submit it all as one. If one is under 3.5 and 3 are under 3.4, those 3 need to go together and 3.5 needs to go on its own. So it just depends on how the eligibility has been assessed.
So we're going to bundle on ruling versus bundle on
Right.
what it actually is.
So
if
like the
it's-
disaster recovery hardware replacement, we think that that's an administrative need. So that falls under 3.5. It helps inside the county specifically. This faces the public, so it falls under 3.4. But a lot of the county clerk ones, a lot of their engagement models and stuff, they are the 3.4 because it's the online certified documents and that kind of stuff. So those can all go together. But you can't submit projects to Treasury in one bundle. And it's the same with like the Sheriff's Office, Community Violence Intervention Plan, all of those programs, we have to say fall in one specific category.
Right.
I'm going to pause you just a minute. I'm going to make a motion to recess until 11:30.
Actually, I've got to leave. Can we jump out of line just one thing? I have one question for Stacy. Cody's going to finish the meeting, but I haven't talked to him about this. So.
Okay, is it one of the projects?
Yes.
All right, I guess we're going to jump to Stacy's project, and we'll worry about my 3 cups of coffee that are later.
Stacy, real quick, on 10068, drainage culvert inventory. We spent money on a pavement management system, and my understanding was that system would catch and inventory all of our cross drains, culverts, etc.
No, it did not. So you have your pavement management system, you have a bridge inventory system. The only thing missing is the culverts. That they are not inventoried.
Okay. And how would this be conducted with $1.5 million or $1 million, whatever it was, 1.5?
I envision someone going out and finding all these locations. I need pictures of them. I need measurement sizes so we can run hydraulics on them. We don't even know how many cross drains we have.
And that wouldn't be captured in this as part of the stormwater?
No, that stormwater was more of a master drainage plan.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I can't.
They're separate issues.
I can't get on board with this today. I think there are other means of getting there. So, okay. All right. Motion to recess.
Till
Now a motion to recess till 11:35.
11:35 in December. Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.
Thanks for bearing with us.
Gentlemen?
Being 11:35, we'll return from recess. Since I motion that return to regular session.
I'll second.
Motion second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Mr. Chairman, while Miles is on his way up here, if we don't mind moving to the sheriff's items, he's got an engagement outside of the building that he needs to get to, so if we could kind of skip a few. If you guys
I
don't
will
mind.
ask the consultants to jump forward to the projects that pertain to sheriff, and we'll go from there.
Is this for the, are y'all giving the CBI proposal? Is that what y'all want to talk about? Yeah. So we have mentioned it, we showed you guys earlier, the Comprehensive Community Violence Intervention Program, and they have a PowerPoint they put together on it that I think they want to present. No? Oh, okay. I didn't think, I don't. Yes, we have received the PowerPoint. I'm sorry, I don't know what Cody needs.
I think what
Do y'all have
I think what the
agenda
sheriff
items?
would like to see is an action taken on this
Oh,
individual
okay,
item.
okay.
Yeah, I'm just requesting that any of the items that we're going to discuss related to the sheriff's proposals, that we go ahead and move to those at this time.
Okay, understood. I was confused.
So, I mean, I'll make the motion that we recommend item 10047 for the Comprehensive Community Violence Intervention Program for $8.6 million, $8,318. Be recommended to the BOCC for approval. Is that what you're?
And if there's other items they want to discuss this morning, but yeah, I would like to go ahead and move to their item. I've seen the slideshow. I appreciate what you guys sent to us. You've also been by and discussed some of the things that you guys are looking at doing. I really appreciate all the hard work that you guys have put in. I'll second your motion, Miles.
Okay, the motion is to recommend this to the BOCC, and it does reference a one-time cost. What does 8.6 million do as far as how far out does it project? What are some of the big ticket items? Whether you want to answer that or the sheriff, that's fine.
Yeah, I'm happy to defer to y'all if y'all want to talk on it, if you want authority on it.
We have,
Welcome, Sheriff.
thank you, sir. Thank you for the time. Thank you, guys. We've given, obviously, our plan to each and every office to a censure, so nothing should be new. This is a very holistic plan to what we're doing in the community, and it goes from everything from, our SRO program down to equipment for the sheriff's office, and all of it is, pointed out in the rule. We are well within our bounds from everything we're asking, and I believe this is a good plan that we've put together that will, encompass safety for the community. It was funny, Mr. Blau, when he was here earlier, he was talking about, doing research for things that directly affect our community. Well, law enforcement affects our community each and every day, and we have that real impact with people. And so what we did was, how can we get out into our community as far as engaging? We got that in the plan. Engaging in our schools, we have that in the plan. Engaging with our elderly community, we have that in the plan. And then when we talk about our response to COVID, because they have said that, look at this prospectively, because COVID is not, it's not done until it's completely gone away. And we don't see that happening anytime soon. So our response in the community to keep not only our deputies safe, but the citizens we serve safe as well, is accomplished in that plan with the use of the gear we use every day, with our vehicles that we take out every day. I just think, if you have any more specific questions, I just really think this plan is very wholesome in our approach, and it covers all bases, and it's all supported by the final rule. And one, I would like to say what our president pointed out. He said that we need to use this ARPA funding to invest into law enforcement, because we saw the negative effects of defund the police, and we are trying to recover from that. So I think we are in a good spot.
And I will make note that Accenture has also indicated that this is an allowable expense within the guidelines. And to what you mentioned, it fits a lot of the boxes that are in the act itself.
It fixed every box.
All right, any other questions? We do have a motion and a second. All those in favor in this item?
Aye.
Project 10047?
Thank you.
Aye.
Aye. I just, what was 10048?
Premium pay.
Okay. And on this, is there anything that keeps us, I mean, premium pay is clearly lined out.
Yeah, and I think the only thing we've been waiting on this is coming up with an equitable premium pay across departments, because it definitely falls in the sheriff's office, but it falls in other offices as well. We do have one other request for premium pay, but we think it could even exceed those two if the county was interested.
What do you mean by equitable?
Just kind of coming up with the funding numbers for each one, like how you would want to structure if you wanted it to be the same across all departments, if you would want it to be higher in a specific department based on their response to COVID compared to another department. There are several different facets of workers that will fit under this, and it's kind of up to you guys on how you want to submit that. We'd waited on having any of the departments submit their specific like formulary on it, because it is something that we imagine the county would want to have something similar across the board for everybody on.
Yeah, me personally, I don't think it's probably an across the board type issue.
Sure.
Quite frankly, I think the sheriff's office and the DOs in the jail, their jobs and their premium pay would probably be different than somebody in my office. Not necessarily the highway workers, because their lives are at risk too, but these guys, every time they strap up and go to work, they don't know whether or not they're going home. So their premium pay, and that's either facing COVID or not knowing what's behind the door that they're about to kick in.
Oh, absolutely. And
So-
we would recommend, like, it doesn't, like when we say across the board, it could be your sheriff's office, your detention center, your juvenile bureau. Maybe you're using one formula for all of those because they're of similar, faculties. And then, other offices you would use a different formula for. And so that's something we were just waiting on to get county input on and buy-in on. That way we could use it across those specific departments in however way we decide to, in the same way. We wouldn't want to fund the sheriff's office and the juvenile bureau, one at 4 and one at 5 without you guys having input on it, something like that.
Which is, I think, the similar approach that we did with CARES, the sheriff's department and juvenile. We looked at doing their hazard pay the same.
Yeah,
So-
and we would recommend, yes, we think this is a great initiative.
I think those individuals, again, DOs and sheriff's department are different than the engineering department for premium pay. Now, they're both facing COVID daily and should probably be looked at and examined, but the other factors that the DOs and the sheriff deputies face every day are what make their premium pay a little bit different in my mind.
So the window there, one of the parts of the formula is when I worked from January 1 to December 31st, or if we go July 1 to June 30th of last year. But the other caveat is, did the guidelines, did they reference up to a certain pay?
Yes.
And
So
what was that certain pay?
there is an intention behind this provision that is kind of meeting maybe people that are making a lower threshold of income compared to others in the field. I have to pull up the exact statute to give you the wording on it. Let me.
So I think what we could do is look at, similar to what we did with the CARES money, come up with a dollar amount, whether it's $500 a month, $1,000 a month, premium, and then they're going to be responsible for applying that to the people that qualify within their organization. So, Michael, to your point, those individuals that may not qualify because they're over a certain income threshold, or maybe they were out of work for 3 months or 4 months, those will be discounted for those ineligible periods.
Yeah. So for eligible workers receiving premium pay, they must be at or below 150% of the residing state or county's average annual wage.
150% of
Wage.
Yeah.
Yeah. for like that specific occupation.
Well, we got that one at the Oklahoma County Sheriff's Office, pretty sure. Am I off by that? Because if I remember right, you're probably some of the lowest paid law enforcement in the county, right?
You didn't have to put that on the record.
Well, it's true. It's unfortunate, but it's true.
There's three options with premium pay. The 150% of the annual wage, it's for all occupations, not just a specific occupation. So for Oklahoma County, it's about if they make more than $71,000. But the final rule also had one that they're eligible if they are not exempt from the Fair Labor Standards Act overtime provisions. There's two ways that the legislation at the final rule actually calls out that you can qualify just automatically if you fit the other criteria of being essential and performing eligible work. The statute does go on to say, the final rule does go on to say that if there's another reason that we think that somebody who doesn't meet one of those two criteria should qualify for premium pay, we just have to be able to support that in writing, but it gives you that opportunity. But there's two ways to do it. And so for us, we came up with, there's only 14 people in the sheriff's department that don't qualify under one of those two. And it doesn't have to be one or the other, writ large across the department. It can just be this group qualifies under this one and this group qualifies under this one. You just have to hit one of those two metrics.
So when
or
you
you have
did
to write
that,
it out.
So is there a mixture in this number? Is there a mixture of those qualifications or?
Yes, there is.
And then is there a
To
flat number
submit
that you were
this-
doing?
To submit this, we did at the high end of what the rule allows, which is 25,000 a person, because we submitted this as a not to exceed number, because we had already talked with Accenture about the idea that the county might want to weigh in on how it was applied. We just wanted to get the application in during the window.
And that's over that 25,000 numbers over the 5 years, correct?
Correct. It's over the program
I just
period.
wanted everybody to be clear about that.
Yes,
It's not per year.
Yes, we've had that conversation internally a lot. It's not per year. The final rule clarifies that as well, and it has to be in addition to their compensation. It cannot cover already budgeted compensation.
So for premium pay under project 10048, the $5,425,000 is designed to give premium pay to your officers and staff to the tune of, that would be 25,000 over a 5-year period?
Over the program period.
It's 5,000 a
Yeah,
year. That's less than 500.
less than 500 a month.
I'd say that again.
Remind
You
me
said
what-
500 a month?
It's less than
500.
Okay.
6,000 would be
And
500.
you are able, the recipient is able to determine, the recipient meaning the county, is able to determine how to give that. The final rule doesn't say we have to do it over a month. It can be, a one-time payment, that sort of thing. It can be an annual payment, can be quarterly. I mean, it doesn't have to be, monthly.
Because when premium pay was originally discussed, I envisioned a one-time payment at the end of the year for those people that are still here for that time that we're considering. So theoretically, a $5,000 payment for an officer or staffer.
So you're looking similar to retention.
Yeah, I think there's a couple ways that we can go about it. I think that gets to Accenture's point about coming up with the backbone of how we're going to address this. I do think that if you had somebody that was here for 10 months and they were out responding on calls and doing everything just like anybody else, I would think that they would, they should qualify just like somebody that happened to be here for 12 months. But so I think we could, take that approach, or we could look at whenever it's implemented, we could do a one-time lump sum for the back amount, and then moving forward, it would be like on a monthly basis. That way, people that qualified that month could get it, and then if they don't qualify, then they wouldn't get it the next month.
So broken down by a monthly basis, what is it? What's that amount? I know it's less than 500. And then from that, if you've worked that 10 months, are you going to get that amount for the 10 months
And
instead of the 12?
we didn't do this over the 5-year period. We did it over just moving forward, because remember, we used CARES funding
Yeah.
to offer something in the past, so we can't necessarily duplicate that.
Correct.
You know, there is some retrospective language. This is about the only portion of the rule that has retrospective language, is the premium pay. But because we had already covered those periods, we weren't going backwards. We
So
were
this is
looking
just for
forward.
4 years.
Looking forward.
Okay, so in this project, it's shall not exceed,
This
and then based on, like, if I'm no longer with the sheriff's office, of course, that wouldn't be expended.
Correct.
That would just return.
But these dollars would, in theory, cover all the way out to December of 2026.
Yes.
And then are we determining this, the other projects that have listed project, premium pay, is it based on the same scenario?
So the only other office that we have it from right now is the county clerk's office. The Juvenile Bureau, I believe, has a submission that they would like to submit and things like that. We had actually told departments that they could wait on submitting things because we were waiting on what is this formula going to look like. So depending on how you guys want to move forward with it, we can, when people now submit their proposals, we can have it fit within the formula we've decided on. But we had waited on that, so we didn't have numbers that were all over the place with justifications all over the place.
I
Is
think
that 25,000? Is that a hard cap on everybody or just law enforcement?
Yeah, everybody.
Anyone that's essential and eligible.
And Miles, if you're looking at that spread over 4 years instead of the 5 years, because we did use CARES, we did the last tranche to you guys on that in December, so that covered last calendar year. So over 4 years, if you looked at a monthly, it'd be $520.83 is what the average would be.
And then, I don't know, if Adrian, if you want to answer this, or Sheriff, are you guys wanting to do like Michael suggested, where you're looking at a year-end type situation, or are you wanting to attach this on a monthly basis? What are your thoughts? Because it sounds like if retention's an issue, and you could, that might be a little stick and carrot, but it's up to you.
Yeah. Well, of course, that's the mindset. I think for us, it's just not putting the cart before the horse. We have to get this passed first, and and then kind of go from there to see, should it be a year-end deal, should it be a month-to-month deal. But I think we have to present a package, one that's backed by the rule, backed by facts, backed by the data that's supported by our Treasury, and present that to you to say, hey, is this something we want to give a go? And if we give it a go, then we move on to the next phase of how we roll that out. I'm sorry. What you think?
If I put you on the spot right now, how do you want to go?
You know what? I think our deputies deserve some every month.
Okay.
They work extremely hard, and times are tough financially for, I believe, everyone. And if we can give something to them, I would support them.
I think there's merit in both ways.
Mhm.
So, and again, it would be your decision, not ours.
And at the end of the day, these numbers are based on your current workforce.
Yes, sir.
That's going to fluctuate, and you may have more employees at a particular time. So I think what we should look at doing is similar to CARES, where we had some buckets, and we put money into those buckets, like into facilities and into engineering. We can put money into either a hazard pay bucket, or for CARES, we did specifically a sheriff hazard pay and juvenile hazard pay. We could break it down like that, or we could just have a hazard pay bucket, and we can dump, let's say $10 million in there, and then it's just, as long as it's certified that those individuals that are paid for that month qualified, then they received it, and it's just a drawdown from that particular line item within the Arpa account. That way, if you have 3 more officers this month and 5 more the next month, there's plenty of money there, as opposed to you being locked into a static number of employees that qualify.
And I think that is a global approach to it, and one that I think each and every office, the sheriff's office, Juvenile Bureau, and including the detention center, would support and get behind. Because at the end of the day, it's just supporting the people who cannot, who has to be in that situation. And I think that's a solid approach.
All right, anything else on this project? number?
Are you guys essentially, you've looked at this number and this number's justified? I mean, Adrian thinks it's justified and I trust her wholeheartedly, so.
Yeah, no, justification is there. I think where we're coming from is, do we want to take it as what each department is submitting individually? So if they're setting a rate for themselves, it's a variable rate. It can be up to 25,000 per individual. Do we take it that way, or do we set a standard across the county? That's
I
what
think
we're
we need to
looking for.
determine the departments and offices that are qualified for this, and we need to see that total ask.
Okay.
And then, because if that ask starts climbing to the point where our numbers can't reflect it, then we'll have to have them adjust.
Okay. So we'll work with the departments to try to get to a number of what the total number of individuals looks like, and we can kind of play with it from there and see what makes sense for the county overall. And I think we reconfigure the premium pay proposals as they're submitted now to be one proposal, I think, as Cody is suggesting, so that we can move that money into a bucket and it's something they draw down from.
Well, and
as
we
they
could
go.
have multiple buckets. I mean, we could have one for the sheriff and one for juvenile, or we could have one for law enforcement. To Miles's point, if we did a separate dollar amount for other essential personnel here that aren't law enforcement, if that was a number different than the 25,000, then maybe we would want to have a law enforcement bucket and a non-law enforcement bucket that we would put money into.
That's fine too.
And just as note, the other proposal we have at this time is not from law enforcement. So I don't know that you would necessarily want, if you want to operate them separate, I would not bundle it this time. If you're gonna have two different funds for law enforcement and not, then I would not bundle the two we have. You could do this detention center, juvenile bureau, but we don't have those numbers from Jamie yet because we asked her to wait, so.
And then, were there any other sheriff's office items that we could have them address that?
So everything else from sheriff's office is salary and benefits. And I think we can move forward with that knowing we're working towards justification. And then if y'all are comfortable with that, I would move forward the juvenile bureau and the detention center's request on that as well.
So item 10043 and 10045, you're comfortable with us?
And 4-4.
And 4-4.
Actually, I'm gonna just go to the high level roll up. So the Juvenile Bureau had a detention officer salary and benefits piece. It's 10002.
Yep.
So if you were going to fund them all, I would do that one. And then you have from the sheriff's office 10044, 45, 43. You have sheriff's office 10071, 72. And then from the detention center, they have a payroll one and it is 10086.
And that's for payroll?
Yes. Part of their detention center ask actually even goes towards some sanitation staff. And that's an eligible use as well, just a call out.
Okay, I will note, since you brought up the detention center on this, if we did move forward with making a recommendation on something akin to these salaries, first of all, I don't necessarily think we need to make a decision on that today, since those are already funded. Am I correct, Sheriff? I got a thumbs up. Those are already funded for this current fiscal year. Yeah, they're funded, so it's not like your other item. You really want to spin that up and start going and start having an impact on the community. So we need to move forward on that. Same thing with the hazard pay. But if we do move forward on this, I know what the sheriff's office would do is those salary and benefit dollars, they would just sit in your budget that's already been allocated for this year, and it would roll back to the county general fund at the end of the fiscal year. On general fund.
So there's 5 salary applications from the sheriff's office. 2 of them are actually reimbursements for prior periods.
Okay.
And then this current fiscal year, and then 2 periods into the future. So the 2 reimbursements for us, and then for the county, there's a portion that goes to the general fund, and then there's a portion that would come back to our service fees and special revenue, which takes a little bit of the strain off of funding the agency currently, because we can't, I mean, apart from salaries and benefits for a portion of our staff, we're self-funded by service fees and drug interdiction and seizures and that sort of thing. And it's incredibly difficult to forecast those dollars coming in. We can't advertise that kind of stuff. You know, let us go get your bad guy. So it just comes as it comes. So those 2 in particular, the first 2 applications, if we were to get that reimbursement for us, it would be a big deal and take a lot of the pressure off of current expenses.
Okay, what I was getting at though, I understand previous reimbursements. If it was a general fund expense, it would just come back to the county as general fund. If it was the special revenue, it's going to go back into your special revenue, and there's going to be some monies there. Mm-hmm. But the money that you have for salary and benefits for this fiscal year,
it's funded.
It'll come back to the county at the end of the year, right, whenever it lapses.
Mm-hmm.
The jail trust is different. Their money does not lapse back to the county. So if we give them money for salaries and benefits, and we've already adopted a budget for them for this fiscal year, none of that money is going to come back. It will all be gone.
Correct.
So when we're looking at this, we need to kind of keep that in mind.
We can request it to come back. Yes, your point is understood. To that point, I wondered if we could do an actual MOU for that.
Well, hold on. Let me walk through this. So if on those dollars, if we determine that those dollars, are you talking about reimburse the jail, or are you talking about current year?
Current year.
So that current year, the way I would see it is that would go over to a cost fund, and then that would be supplementing the general fund that they invoice us each month. And so that would drop down into their monthly ask for payroll, and then the general fund dollars wouldn't be touched.
Well, it depends on the interpretation of their budget. I know on the other budgets for elected officials, and it's the reason why the money will sit in the sheriff's budget, is because my understanding is the way statutes work, absent a revenue failure of the county, we can't, after the budget is adopted for the fiscal year, we can't pull money back. Now, it might be different since it's a contractual issue with the jail trust, and so maybe at September supplement, we could adjust their budget accordingly. That's something that we need to get with the DA's office on, and if that worked, then that would solve that issue. But if we can't adjust their budget.
Sorry to interrupt. My understanding of September supplement is all about this year's budget, so it would be monies we can move.
You can't move money from an elected official's budget once it was adopted, and it's already been adopted. This September is just to allocate the supplemental funding that's made available. We can't make adjustments.
ARPA dollars would be additional funding that would be worked into budgets. That would be additional. So September supplement would be where we can adjust various figures.
Yes and no. So if it were the sheriff that was still running the jail and they had $33 million allocated in their budget to run the jail for this fiscal year, in September, we wouldn't be able to turn around and say, okay, we got all this other money, this ARPA money, so we're going to go ahead and take $15 million away from your budget, and we're going to put $15 million from ARPA in this other account. You can just pay for salaries and benefits out of this other account. In September, we could not pull money from his budget. Since the trust is running the jail and we have an MOU and we're funding them quasi-contractually, it may operate differently, and we may be able to make that adjustment. I don't know the answer to that. I'm bringing that up as something that we need to consider and think about, and maybe have the DA's office look into that. But it's just something to consider when we're looking at the jail trust. Could be a little bit of a different scenario.
Under that scenario, I see a scenario where we could take, if these ARPA dollars are to plug in for payroll for that entity, that drops down for that invoice instead of the general fund dollars for that payroll. And that would continue to stay in general fund. So
and it may work like
their
that
invoice
since it's
is covered. It's not coming out of general fund.
And I'm saying it may work like that since it is contractual. I don't know the answer to that. And without knowing it specifically, I just want to bring that out as a potential issue that may need to be addressed.
I probably should have wrote this down as project numbers, but then, so the 4.4, the 13.5, and the 17.1.
4.3 and 4.4
are reimbursements.
Right.
4.5 is
4.5.
moving forward.
Right, 4.5 was written as a reimbursement because it is this current fiscal year. We knew we were not going to get through this whole process before the budget was adopted, and to Cody's point, until it lapses back, it's no longer, once it's budgeted, until it lapses back, it's not a revenue stream anymore, so we can't allocate it for something else. So this current year, we would ask for a reimbursement at the end of the year, but going forward, we've asked for funding.
Those were all at 100%. Is that correct?
No, that is not correct. We only included those, so the statute said, or the legislation, the final rule for the legislation says you have to hit a 50% mark of responding to COVID, the time spent. So we went through our divisions and our bureaus and we eliminated some positions. I think I could argue for them because it's specifically what we do. The fact that my staff, I didn't include my staff, but we're statutorily required to be in the office regardless of what else might be going on because we have to make a deposit every single day. And so we've had to make changes to the way that we're doing things. I think one of the places that we may diverge in our understanding and the consultant's interpretation of it is the word response. The legislation and the rule, neither one define the word response. But if you look to just the denotative meaning of the word, it's a reaction to something. And in public safety, everything we're doing right now is a reaction to the global health emergency. The same way I would say there are people coming out of the academy right now who get in a patrol car and there's a box of rubber gloves in them and they don't know because they probably weren't old enough or maybe not even born in the 80s. They don't know that that box of rubber gloves wasn't there in the 60s and 70s. Wasn't until the AIDS epidemic that we ended up with a box of rubber gloves in every patrol car. And that's sort of the situation we're in now. We can't pretend or we can't think that everything's healthy over here and it's not over here. It's something we react to 100% of the time, all the time. We did eliminate some of the staff from it to try to come to a meeting of the minds with the consultants, something that we could all get behind, but it's not 100% of the staff.
So for reporting purposes, we have the documentation we need for these items.
Not yet. We're working on that. They're aware. We're aware.
So are these 3 items we can move forward at some point today, or we think we need to wait?
I think they can be moved forward with the caveat that we're still working with the department on the justification. That's why we've said we think the numbers will fluctuate. But these are all numbers that you had written as not exceed.
Not
right?
to
Yeah.
exceed.
So nothing will go up in cost, but it might go down.
So 43, 45.
And 44. 43 and 44 are past and 45 is current.
Okay.
I think if we wait until our next meeting, since you're looking at a reimbursement at the end of this year for your salary and benefits. So we're not under a time crunch. So if we wait to the next one, I understand there's a little bit of a disagreement maybe between you guys on who qualifies and who.
Agreement.
We
Look
just
at us.
read it different.
See?
No, we're working together.
And I would still, I would, I don't know what the right word is, 43 and 44 are reimbursements for the past. 45 is this current fiscal year, and I'm comfortable waiting on that because we have the money to pay it. But the impact to the sheriff's office on the reimbursements for 43 and 44 and our ability to fund things that are happening right now, when we leave here, if we get out fast enough, we're going to go try to find Gatorade in the city somewhere to give to our guys out in the field who are, you know, suffering under this heat and can't stop. And funding things like that would be a lot easier if I got 43 and 44.
Let's make this
today.
real easy. I'll make the motion to approve, or make the motion to recommend to BOCC that they approve item 10043 and item 10044, not to exceed those numbers.
Do you know on those numbers how much is associated with your special revenue accounts versus general fund? Because the general fund reimbursement is just going to come back into general fund. Really what's going to impact your daily operations for this year is the amount that you can get reimbursed that you spent out of those other accounts, because that money is going to go directly back into those accounts.
Do you have those numbers? I can grab them. They're in the application. Do you guys have the application, or I can get it?
Yeah, if you have them handy, it's hard for us to get on the county Wi-Fi.
Is there another meeting scheduled for this room?
Well, I said that I had them, but the application didn't print the full field. Because I just have the. Because we broke it down, and every single one of those applications, if you go and look at the specific application, it breaks down. That's the general fund. So is this 43?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, so for 43, the total that would be reimbursed to the sheriff's office is $777,472.05.
472
And 5 cents.
5 cents. Okay.
Mhm. That's for 43 and 44. That was just service fees. There's going to be two numbers. I think that's all of them though. So for service fees, reimbursement is $2,298,036.10, and for special revenue, it's $74,949.69. So the rest of those numbers are general fund from those two applications.
So the total being 18,042,568. Cody, what you're wanting to do is break out the special funds. Is that what I'm understanding? And make sure that goes back to the sheriff's office?
Well, okay, so on 1044 or 10044, the non-general fund portion of that reimbursement, if my math is correct, is $2,372,985.79. And then on 10043, it was the $777,472.05. So I know right now, if we make a recommendation for a reimbursement of those two numbers, that money is going back into your special revenues so you can use for law enforcement to help respond to COVID, right? The other numbers, the general fund numbers, I don't know what we're going to do with those numbers yet, so I'm not quite as comfortable moving
Well,
forward on the general fund portion of that at this time as I am the other fees that I know they can get and start using for this year.
I prefer not to cut up a project at this level. If the commissioners so desire, so be it. My only recommendation is knowing that there's going to be $10 million between these two reimbursements to the general fund, that a possible amendment to your motion is to recommend that 10 million be set aside in the general fund for the sheriff's headquarters, which I wish Stacy was still here, but I thought that was the last estimate of the price for the sheriff's headquarters.
He said we haven't moved far enough ahead in that project to have a real cost.
And when we are, I mean, that definitely is something to look at. But I mean, I think we need to, my personal opinion is we need to have those broken out anyway, because, and I was going to bring this up, Stephen and I have talked about this in the past, some of these projects, and it's not just this one, we've had a lot of these, that they're just one-time expenses, which those are fine. Then we got ongoing expenses that we have not had before. We need a document that's tracking the expenses that the county is going to have ongoing. And then we also need to have a separate designation of, and Miles was bringing this up earlier, we need a separate designation of these recommendations that we're funding that are going to be ongoing, but they're also currently funded. Because those that are currently funded, that should sit in those budgets and come back at the end of the year, number one. But number two, from a budgeting standpoint, from BET, we need to be tracking those items so that at the end of this process, when we don't have these monies available anymore, we're not surprised that our budget, we need X amount of dollars to fund this stuff that we've been doing for years and that we've continued doing through the pandemic. But we haven't been tracking it, so we went ahead and spent that money on other things. We need to have a number that we're looking at constantly when somebody comes and says, "Hey, I've got a great idea for a new project that's not COVID related, but we got plenty of general fund dollars to do these new things," and we can turn around and say, "Well, yes, we do for the next 3 years, but after 3 years or 4 years, whenever we are in that timeline, we won't have that because we're going to have to turn around and start paying out a general fund for this stuff." Does that make sense? So I think we need to be tracking that. And to these two items, the special revenue versus the general fund, we need to know on that if we are reimbursing and paying for the salary and benefits out of ARPA, we need to know what is general fund dollars versus what is your special revenue, your service fee, all of that, because
all of our applications for salaries and benefits are broken up that way, and also broken out by salaries and benefits in the application language. So I think splitting them out like that, I don't think you necessarily lose anything, an opportunity for anything. If the special revenue and service fees get moved on to the next step and general fund is a later conversation, they are already called out separate. It's not just this single number in the application.
Miles, would you be happy with a friendly amendment to move forward presently at that $2,372,985.79 so that the sheriff's office can get those reimbursements into their non-general fund accounts so they can start spending it to respond to COVID, and then we can keep tracking the general fund dollars for a potential plan? To Miles's point, maybe we do use that for the sheriff's facility or something. I don't know, but we don't have a plan yet. So I would be way more comfortable entertaining the idea of replacing the special revenue. And when I say special revenue, I know you have an account special. I'm talking about all your special funds, non-general fund dollars. Those are the ones that I would be that I would like to entertain at this time.
Well, I think his motion allows for these two reimbursements. And then if in the project it lists X number of dollars go to those special revenues.
Yeah, I think so. The answer is yes. I don't have a problem with breaking that money out.
If you don't mind, I would.
The question would be what. So I see the point in what you're saying, because we don't have a cost center, we don't have a place to put it, so on and so forth for the 15 million. We need to do that. I've just asked Chelsea on my staff, because I know statutorily we can create a rainy day fund. The counties can now create rainy day funds of which to put this money into in a rollover account, so on and so forth. So that might be an option. That's something that we need to look at. That was put into law last year, I believe. So to that extent of that amount and not knowing how or where to place it at this point, yeah, that's permissible. So you're saying state your amount again, and that would go to you guys into your special funds. The second the BOCC approves it, come in,
Yes.
and then allow you guys to some breathing room.
Yes.
So state that amount again.
So on items 10043, the amount would be $777,472.05. And then on item 1044, the amount would be $2,372,985.79.
To be placed in sheriff's special revenue funds.
Yeah, I'm sure they've got the breakdown, so whenever it gets to BOCC, they'll just need to make sure that the exact amount is showing for which particular account. Yeah.
Sounds good.
Okay, I'll second.
Okay, so your motion second is passing each project and then dividing out those that need to go back to the, and then where are you putting?
It's dividing the special funds back into the special funds.
Okay.
And leaving the general fund alone for now. We can address that later.
Each one of the 4.3 and the 4.4 request amounts, and I'm sure that Danny and
Well, because what he's gonna have to do is create a cost center over into Arpa to move these project numbers over, knowing that they will invoice for their special revenue funds out of these two project numbers. So is that what you were laying out?
Say that again.
I think what they'll do, and I don't work in the clerk's office, so if Danny or somebody's watching, it's different than just a transfer into another general fund account. So I don't know if they would just cut a check across to the other, kind of like we have to do for the capital improvement fund.
What we're doing with cost centers for ARPA, when that gets passed by BOCC, the clerk is moving those over to those particular cost centers. And then from that project number, the individuals, whether it's the clerk's office or the sheriff's office, invoice out of that project cost center whatever amount that they are needing, like the HVAC system that we've got approved. When those costs start coming in, they'll invoice against that particular cost center.
Well, there's a cost center already set up for ARPA right now. We've contemplated setting up multiple cost centers.
But as we pass these items, they're going into the particular cost centers that Danny's set up or setting up. And actually tomorrow's, what is today? In Thursday's budget board, we're actually creating 3 or 4 different cost centers where they can go and invoice against those cost centers, whether it's HVAC or what have you. So under these two items of reimbursement, the cost center would drop down. They'd be able to invoice from that cost center, and then there'd be money sitting there waiting for general fund to invoice to get that particular dollars out of these two projects.
These are not projects, these are reimbursements.
Right.
They're handled differently. Reimbursement is money that's been spent. It's not money that will be spent. It's money that they could get straight out of the ARPA
Well,
main fund.
For tracking purposes, we're asking each entity to invoice for whatever particular dollars for those projects.
Sure, but they can invoice from the general ARPA account.
From the general
No,
ARPA account,
we're-
right off the top. The umbrella itself, not the stuff hanging down or the other buckets. It'll just be that one amount at the top. They'll invoice it. They'll say what it was for. Everything will be in there for tracking. It'll just, I mean,
Which is what we did on CARES. At the beginning on the reimbursement piece, it was all out of that main account. And then we set up for future projects, we set up an engineering line item, a facilities line item, a sheriff's line item, and a juvenile line item for projects moving forward that haven't already been spent. Now, there was an occasion where there were reimbursements made later down the road, but up front, when we were looking at the upfront reimbursements, it was out of that main CARES account.
that is correct.
Granted, but I'm telling you, for auditing purposes and guidelines, we're going that next step, and we're having a better paper trail for this process. But all that to be said, we have a motion and a second on the floor for projects 10043, and did that include 10044, or are we doing separate?
It was 10043 to reimburse the sheriff's office an amount of $777,472.05. And then on 10044, it was to reimburse the sheriff's office for an amount of $2,372,985.79.
Okay, so the motion covers both projects. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Point of clarification for for us. We spent a lot of time on this, so I know the sheriff office has a couple of things they need to run to. Did we vote on the community violence intervention plan? I can't remember anymore. Okay, cool.
The 8 million, yeah, we passed that one.
Okay,
Yep.
cool.
But the premium pay, we haven't.
We have not.
Correct.
Okay.
We're waiting, County.
I'm willing to do the premium pay. And I'll make a motion that we approve the premium pay, but if there's gonna be a second.
I think we need to wait till all the other offices have submitted their premium pay so we know what kind of dollar amount we're working on as a whole and not just one department.
Yeah, and we'll get with everyone this week and ask them to start working on those numbers.
And I think then we need to look at what the qualifications are going to be. I think you're right. I mean, we need to figure out what the dollar amount is, what the qualifications are going to be. Is everybody going to be on the same footing? Is it $25,000 for everybody, or are we doing that for law enforcement and then doing something else for others? Are we doing it on a monthly basis or at the end of the year? I think coming up with those solutions and then figuring out the dollar amount. And let's say the sheriff and juvenile, the total was $7 million. Maybe we say, hey, that's what their estimate is $7 million, but let's recommend dumping $10 million in there so that there's plenty of money and wiggle room in case they do have an increase in employees or whatever. And then that money, if a little bit further down the line, if it's not spent, we can always pull it. If we do set up a cost center for that, we can always pull it out of that cost center back over into the main line item. So
that's something we can model for you to some extent and play with some scenarios to help in y'all's decision making on that.
That'd be great.
And where were we at before we jump back?
I was gonna say we detoured a little bit. Great progress.
10058.
All right, now that everybody's dizzy, Yeah, so we had talked about the bandwidth project. We archived this proposal and we'll work with IT to get a more comprehensive plan. I think we may have touched on the citizen engagement model as well. Again, this is a service that faces outward to the community. This is the Emergency Operations Center from the Department of Emergency Management. This would fund building a new facility specific for emergency operations use.
Yeah, this one,
Is that something we want David to?
we can, I've addressed it pretty extensively with David. This was one of the things that I noticed right off the bat with the Arpa funding is that it funded EOCs. I asked him to get with Accenture and Danny and vet this. To my understanding, it's locked and ready to go. They believe that it is a eligible expense. Is that correct?
Yes.
So with that, all of that, if you'd like to listen to David talk about how he needs a new facility, then feel free to do so. But I'll make the motion to recommend to the BOCC that they approve item 10064 at the tune of $5,080,000 for the creation of an emergency operations center.
David, I know you had 3 different scenarios that you were looking at. Can you refresh my recollection on which this $5 million amount is associated with?
This would be a new facility.
Certainly can, and she's correct. The 3 facilities or the 3 options we were looking at was a new construction project, which is what this cost estimate includes, except the potential purchase of land is not included in that. I know there's some dynamics moving around, different parcels that have been discussed. There's the piece that, as far as I know, is tied into the Kraus project. There's been discussion about co-locating with the sheriff's office, which our office is definitely in favor of. We have no reservation of that whatsoever. I think it would be a good efficacy move to have those departments together. So this is new construction, and you're looking about 9,500 square feet. Another option was social services reconstruction, which was a great deal more expensive. And in discussions with the consultants, there was some issues as to whether or not it meets the guidance under Arpa because of what the actual configuration was and what the uses intended would be. And a third option was a Lincoln facility retrofit, which also, my understanding with the consultants in meeting the guidelines under Arpa was problematic. Is that accurate?
Yes,
Oddly enough, this is one of the rare components of ARPA where it says, go forth and build new.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with a project associated with this. I just didn't know which we landed on, and I knew this one looked like the new, but I didn't know if you had the land acquisition in there because that number didn't include, but initially when you sent the stuff over, and I'm assuming you're saying this still does not include land acquisition costs?
Yeah, and that's because we are not 100% certain what actual plat we'd be looking at. Again,
Or if land is necessary.
Yeah, exactly right. We did build in the estimates that I'm carrying, we built in a $300,000, $100,000 an acre guesstimate based on property values around the area, the types of properties and what we'd be looking at.
You said you built that into this?
No, sir.
You did not.
There's a couple of things that we're looking at for EOC. Clearly, the least expensive, easiest to say today, go build this structure is co-located with the sheriff at their existing exchange over by the military department. But there's also other opportunities that David and I, and quite frankly the sheriff, are exploring for a facility for all 3 of our offices to possibly be located at in the future. So these are state-owned, government-owned properties that could transfer at a minimum cost, and I don't see or foresee that affecting the amount much. That's why I feel comfortable in this. Our fallback would be moving to the Oklahoma Military Department site and not expending any money whatsoever. So that's why I think that's a good, easy project to push forward. So
Okay, I just overheard a location. Have you considered the Lincoln site and/or the District 1 site?
Yes, we have. We've discussed both of those, and they are both problematic under the guidance of ARPA, according to the information that we received from the consultants.
So you're telling me in an open space in front of the election board where there's a couple acres, that's problematic?
No. That would be a new build, so they could build on that site and use the 5 million for the build. What they're talking about is space that's currently already in the Lincoln footprint. Retrofitting some of that is what is problematic.
Yeah, and specifically the reason we think that the new build fits better, to Miles's point, it's explicitly in final rule that that's something that they say go forth and carry on. The difference with the other facilities, they're much larger in nature, and it goes against, to some extent, if y'all send the emergency management department out there and then y'all send whatever else department out there and they're sharing the space, that's no longer an emergency management operations center. So we think building it to fit the needs specifically of what emergency management needs, crossing the I's, dotting the T's, and making it their building, that's the way to go about it.
And we do have a better opportunity to harden the facility, do a basement if we need a basement, so we can have continuity of operations and all kinds of stuff that would be beneficial.
There was some issues with potential hardening at some of these retrofit sites and having to reconfigure some parking lots and things like that. So we think this is a better use in final rule and really better serves the county.
And we need, from an emergency operations standpoint, law enforcement and emergency services needs to be co-located. So if we know where the sheriff's going, we also need to have barns at that same spot, the emergency operations center at that same spot. It's just ease of use. It's pretty standard everywhere but here that happens. So
I agree. That would be greatly beneficial to both work groups. And Miles, I'm in favor of moving forward on this now as well, because we need to start as soon as there's a location picked. We need to start engineering work and whatever we got, whether it's juvenile on the lobby. We've got, our first floor is terrible when it comes to COVID. When you're coming in those doors and you're snaking around, we've got to make some changes down there. And those are some capital projects that it's going to be difficult getting contractors out within the timelines that we have with COVID. So we've got to get moving as soon as possible on some of these projects that are going to take time to complete.
David's about to be evicted too, so.
There is that.
Out of a very old facility, so.
I will second your motion.
And a second. All those in favor of project 10064, vote aye.
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 Thank you.
I'm keeping him up here because the next one is on the radio project. The last time we talked about this number, it was a little bit less, and so that's why we wanted him to kind of talk about why there is an increase. It was originally about 1.5 million, so we've added quite some numbers to that, but he has great research on it that we'd love for him to be able to speak on.
Come on.
Oh, boy. Actually, this is somewhat of a complicated project, and it ties into some that you've been hearing about for several years. A little bit of background on it. My office, under Mr. Comstock, we have a VHF radio system that Fire Rescue in Eastern Oklahoma County uses as their primary system. Within the last 2 years, the law enforcement agencies in Eastern Oklahoma County shifted. They were on UHF system primarily, and they shifted to a trunked 800 megahertz system. And there's actually 3 viable, somewhat viable flavors of that in our area. When the law enforcement entities moved to that, which is, I'm fully supportive of that move, they fragmented. Some of them went to the Oklahoma City system, which, to be blunt, is probably the best game in town. It's a phenomenal communication system that they've got in place. And then there was another system that's a recent development out in the eastern part, and they're already having significant coverage issues, and it translates directly into officer safety on a daily basis. So when they moved to that 800 trunk system, that left the fire rescue departments from the very same jurisdictions on the VHF system with no interoperability there, or no simple, effective interoperability. Mr. Comstock would preach operability and interoperability. That's your two functions. So what this project proposes is to secure the equipment for the fire rescue departments in the 9 departments that we serve in Eastern Oklahoma County with radio equipment that would move them capable of moving them to a trunked radio system, an 800 megahertz trunked radio system. The hardware on that, we were hoping to be able to piggyback on the City of Oklahoma City purchasing contract, which is enormous, but we received a contrary opinion to that because we were not involved in negotiating that contract, so we had to bump up a notch and go to state contract and get state contract pricing for that equipment, and that is $2.73750. Obviously, it's pricey. Yes, sir.
Can we do that with an MOU?
We are certainly open for anything that we can do to reduce this cost, because it did add substantial cost to the project when we received that opinion.
Move from the 1.5 to this number because of that?
Primarily, yeah. Actually, there's some additional costs too that I'll break down here, and we've kind of adjusted the scope of this a little bit too, but a substantial portion of that is because of having to switch contracts.
Almost a $3 million increase. Almost. I mean, we're a little short of that.
Yeah, I'd have to break the numbers down to give you an exact number. Is that your understanding, John?
John Comstock. Our original proposal for 1.5 million was just for radio equipment. That did not include access fees to the Oklahoma City radio system, which added quite a bit to this project.
That's the next step.
Yeah, and that's what I was going to ask you. I know some of the radio systems that are out there that have trouble. A lot of that is because they either offer free service or extremely cheap service to the end users, so they're not able to afford upgrading the infrastructure and keeping it up to date. Oklahoma City, you know, you were talking about how good theirs is. They kind of went the other direction. They charge an amount so that they can keep that system up and going and up to date. That being said, if we're going to move to a system like this, are we looking at having those entities pay into this system on a monthly basis once we're out of the window of using ARPA money, or is this going to be an ongoing expense?
That'd be on each individual station, correct?
Well, the way we've designed this particular project is for the life of the ARPA funding availability is to cover that subscriber fee, which is what that is called. There's more to it than just access to service. That also, if you break a radio, you go to the radio shop, they hand you another when you leave. There's a lot of value added in addition to just being able to key up and access their system.
Yeah, my big concern on this, you know, we were involved with, on the eastern side, some of the law enforcement that we were providing a lot of that service for a long time for nothing. And then, you know, decisions were made to move from a system that was antiquated to go to City of Oklahoma City system. Then we had a whole bunch of vibrant conversations about, you know, expenses and radios and, you know, who's going to pay for what and how long are you going to do this. I think, just for the record, if we're going to move forward on something like this, and if we're going to pay for subscriber fees during an interim process, that we have some type of document that they've signed and understood that those amounts are not going to be covered by the county forever, and there's an end date, and they agree that if we put all this money in up front, that they're going to utilize the system and pay those necessary fees going forward.
Yeah, and there's actually a couple more factors with that. Our recommendation, again, as I said, is going to be that they go to the City of Oklahoma City system. Simply, if nothing else, just the value that's added in the propagation of the coverage footprint
is enormous. I mean, if they're running mutual aid calls in Mustang, it's going to be just like they're in their own backyard. It's not a problem. The state system, which is one of those, is called OQWIN, is the exact scenario you mentioned. You can get on the OQWIN system, buy your hardware, get on the OQWIN system free. But the OQWIN system, I put a piece of that in a previous life, and I've watched that transition move, and they continue to add subscriber units or radios to that, and they have not allowed or not funded, the state has not funded the infrastructure to keep up with that. You look at major events like May 3rd tornadoes and those kinds of things, and there are a lot of what they call system busies where you cannot get access. The Oklahoma City system would be hard, very hard pressed to come up with that. The third system is a recent addition to the ball field, and they're already having coverage problems in eastern Oklahoma County with it. So in addition to the hardware, the 2.7, we proposed the fire department subscriber fee, which is $810,000 to take us to the end of the ARPA period. And I personally, and I would certainly yield to somebody of legal status or whatever, I don't think I can personally tell a department what radio system they're going to go on. I think we can make options available, and maybe even under, if we were providing this funding, we could do that. But at the end of that period, what you were saying just a second ago, if in fact they didn't, the primary concern for the subscriber fee, what prohibited 6 of the 9 law enforcement agencies, or a key factor, was they didn't have the time to do the proper budgeting to get those funds in place. They said we need more time to budget. Well, this 5 years, of whatever, 4.5, whatever it is more than adequate time for municipality to look at budgetary issues for something like this, I would hope.
Fire districts?
I think the sheriff's office gave them a 3 or 4 year window initially, so there was a window there.
So with that, can we stair step their involvement instead of flat paying their fee, their $810,000 for each? And my concern is similar to yours. I don't want to buy this infrastructure and then not use it after year 5. So there's ways to get them involved into it. One of them is starting them out with 100% and then stair stepping down their involvement, or how much so they're ramping up how much they pay, and we're ramping down. So we actually have more to do with what we need to do with. So 1, can we do that? 2, we've got to find a way to save a lot of money and get in with the city of Oklahoma City on their purchasing contract, because I don't care if that's an MOU or whatever that has to be.
I agree.
I mean, we're talking about $3 million. That's a lot of money. That's real money that we could use for other things. So I think it's a great project. I know the issues out there they're enormous. 3, does this include Deer Creek?
No, Deer Creek's already on the trunk radio system.
We're already on.
They're working with Edmond, yeah.
Perfect.
So that interoperability is already
With
there.
this item, I noticed in the notes, if approved by P&G, work towards compliance. So this is an item we probably aren't going to recommend to the BOCC today.
Yeah, working towards compliance is making sure that we dot the I's across the
Well,
T's.
my big thing is, if the difference of getting on with the city is whatever figure we've determined, less than what the figure shows, my suggestion is we move forward in allowing that discussion to either get on front burner or whatever it needs to get going there.
Yeah, we can certainly continue that discussion. That would be my desire as well, just as a cost saving measure. And keep in mind, the subscriber fee is totally different from what we call subscriber units or the hardware. Okay. Right. And another additional piece to this that we've added, I mentioned that law enforcement, 3 of the 6 went with Oklahoma City. The remaining 6 did not. And they're the ones that went to the third party. They're not on the state system. And they're already having substantial issues. I've heard from multiple departments out west. So our proposal includes offering to those police departments, they already have the hardware. You don't have to buy any radios. They can switch systems, and all they have to worry about is the subscriber fee. And we marked that up as $810,000, matched the number that we had for the fire, but we don't know exactly what that would be. We haven't done an inventory on their units as of yet.
Nor do we know their willingness yet.
Correct. But it's to me, public safety for long, it's a no-brainer. That would put the jurisdictions, if your law enforcement agency is not on the same radio system as your fire rescue and as your EMS, all you're doing is building in malfunction.
What was that term you used?
operability and interoperability.
Common sense.
Oh, yeah, sorry about that.
That doesn't always go hand
That,
in hand.
that's why we included that in there, is so the police departments also would have the availability of subscriber fee funding, which should allow them to move to a far superior system, in my opinion.
Have we talked with the municipalities about their buy-in? Each one of the municipalities has gotten ARPA funds as well. Have we at least asked them to do part of the lift on this?
Have not in regards to their ARPA funding. We have had extensive conversations for lengthy periods of time. Mr. Comstock with them one-on-one and in group setting. We host that meeting every month out there. And they are definitely in favor, but it was a funding issue. And some of those departments, Hickory Hills, for example, that's all volunteer department. Their operating budget is minuscule.
But they're a fire district, so, I mean, they have some funds available.
They have
And their
reservations.
funds are expanding rapidly too. So,
Oh, absolutely.
So are their call-outs in the same sense, so, yeah.
So why would we not look at it as each of those entities doing an MOU and a subscriber agreement with Oklahoma City or whatever radio system it is, and then we either front fund or reimburse them for a particular period of time? That gets the buy-in. It's them in Oklahoma City. That they're the ones interacting together. We're just supplying the funding. We're not entering into an agreement with the city of Oklahoma City to have X number of subscriber units and paying for it and then hoping they're going to stay on it later. Let's get them all involved, get them used to cutting the purchase orders or whatever. They're making the payments on a monthly basis, but we're funding them either upfront or on a reimbursement basis instead of it just being our project.
Sure. I think that's phase 2 of our ARPA, though, as we go out to the public, because we haven't done that, and I envision fire departments, police departments, et cetera, they're all going to come asking us for stuff. So, yeah, I think that's probably a better approach.
Yeah, I'm certainly in favor of that. That's one of the points of consternation that Mr. Comstock and I have been discussing, is because this ARPA funding that we're discussing is county ARPA funding. It, at first blush, made it look like we would be the contracting entity with the city of Oklahoma City just to provide a service to them. But if we can certainly roll that off to them, that would simplify for us in a couple of different avenues.
Yeah, I think it would be cleaner, and we can have an agreement that they sign that's in, I don't know, probably 18 font, bold, underlined, that we're only paying for this for X number of years, and then it expires on a certain date. That way, there's no argument about how much time they had to start getting prepared to paying for those user agreements.
Yeah, and I feel confident in that length of time, they're going to see the definite advantages to being on that system. They're not going to want to back up. It would definitely be a reduction in service.
Okay.
Well, it sounds like you got a couple of things. This is a good project. Let's wrap up those loose ends and see what else partnerships we can get and so on and so forth.
Okay, so on one lane, we need to talk to Oklahoma City and see if we can do MOU. We'll have to run that through the DA's office.
And
Yeah.
our legal as well, to see if that's even a
Exactly the issue.
possibility.
Absolutely.
I'm gonna ask them first before we go across the street. Secondarily, we need to start talking with the municipalities to make sure, or at least the departments, to make sure that they're willing to do those lifts.
Yeah.
Let's get with the law enforcement municipalities out there. I mean, there's a lot of
collaboration is going to
a lot
take
of collaboration in this, and I like the project because there's so much collaboration.
Absolutely. Well, it's a huge benefit for public safety as a whole. It really is.
Concerned about things out there in the east because of the turnpike and the amount of fuel on the ground. There's a lot of things happening out there that we need to be able to communicate.
That's correct. Potential
today,
is enormous.
especially in the future.
Well, and another advantage of having them have the direct MOU with the city instead of us is if they're not taking care of the radios, they're breaking them, they're dropping them, whatever, that expense to replace that radio or whatever it's on them.
Yeah.
Maybe we can cover some of that, I don't know, but we can delineate that in our funding agreement. But they're going to have that MOU with them, and we're not going to be responsible for those types of issues.
Yeah. We'll pursue clarification on those too.
All right, any other projects for emergency management? All right, what's the next project? Thanks, David.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This is from engineering, and they're all just they're in number submission order, not by department. Once we get a little bit lower, though, most everything we'll see in a little bit is all from the detention center. But this is part of a request for the annex new front entrance. As you guys have noted, there is some issues when it comes to social distancing and needing to just have adequate space in general. We do think that this is an eligible use, and we would want to combine the annex projects, as we've mentioned, as one when we submit them.
Combine this with what?
Some of the other annex, like the improvements, like if y'all wanted to fund the jury pavilion, and it's up to y'all what y'all want to fund. Of the things you choose to, we'll bundle them together.
She's talking about bundling them in an line item.
Yeah.
I know we need to do this one.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to talk about it a lot. My fear is that dollar amount. Good? Is that enough? I don't think it is.
We were looking at 800,000 a couple years ago, so there, I mean, it has increased a little. I don't know if that's enough. I don't see Stacy here.
I think he had to run. I would almost caveat to you guys, like, once we come up with the numbers that we are moving forward with today, I would add some on the side to just like be comfortable. And that's something we can look at after we see which things you guys have moved forward. But yeah, especially on infrastructure improvements, I think we are all aware that things can change. So I think this is the number we've got with. We talked with Keith and it looks good, and we talked with Stacy, but things can change, especially by the time the contracts are signed and things like that as well. So,
but if we do move forward with this, with the recommendation, it doesn't lock us down to the $1 million. We can always allocate more
for sure.
later.
Absolutely. I mean, to that, I'll make a motion that we make a recommendation to BOCC for item 10067, engineering, not to for $1 million for the annex due front entrance.
I will second.
Get that
We tried to, we were going to try to do this in our cares, but we just didn't have time.
or money, quite frankly. We started running out of.
Yeah.
But yeah.
All right, we have a motion and a second for item 10067, annex entrance. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Where's Joe? We're spending money. He'd be happy.
We're recommending it. Thank you.
That's true.
This is the Oklahoma County Drainage Culvert Inventory. I think we touched on it a little bit earlier before going backwards, perhaps. So this would be different, as we mentioned, than the Oklahoma County Master Plan that they're trying to do. The Master Plan is for the unincorporated portions of the county, and then the Drainage Culvert Inventory is specific to that piece.
I wish engineering was here for this because I kind of
Well, let's move on to the next item.
So this one was for the this is one we would recommend to archive. This is for the master plan that we are understanding after working with the department. It kind of serves as a policy document for the planning commission and as well maybe BOCC, and it comes up with kind of the physical development plan of the county. And we think that it is a good initiative, and we understand why the county would need it. It just doesn't really fall within the ARPA guidelines. Unfortunately, this is one we would archive.
Okay. Motion to archive item 10069.
Second.
Just keep them from finding a different route of which to make their argument. So.
Yeah, there is potentially other federal revenue streams for this.
And the rules are changing, so.
Motion and second to archive 10069. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Real quick on 10068, Stacy said earlier that was just on unincorporated, right?
Well, our drainage, no, our culvert inventory would not just be in unincorporated.
Okay, I thought that's what he said.
So
earlier.
there's two projects that
gotcha.
he submitted, and one is only for unincorporated county land, and then this one is for drainage culvert specifically with everything.
Okay, because what I wanted to mention was, we've got some of our, on the eastern side of the county at least, some of our smaller towns that have sewer and water issues and flooding issues. And I think we need to look at getting money to those cities and towns, especially those small ones, Jones and, Spencer and whatnot over there that are small, and there's flooding issues and all that. So I think when we're looking at this, maybe a holistic approach to make sure that everything is interconnected and we're getting as many efficiencies as possible when we're looking at that. And I know the village has said in the past that they've got wastewater and stormwater issues and stuff. So I think looking at that from a holistic viewpoint, I think would be beneficial.
Eric, did you have anything you wanted to add to this?
No, kind of what you stated initially is I've gotten requests from each district in the past about particular culverts, what size, what condition they're in. I know District 2 at one point in time, I think it was Miles and Steve who had actually went out after a large flood and started that inventory, and it was good information. I think we only got a handful of them, and then District 3, something they started taking up within the last couple of years as well. So it's just something that we've been asked to do over the years. Obviously, manpower, time to actually do a complete inventory would be difficult for us to do. We kind of had a rough estimate as far as the number of culverts out there between all three districts in the neighborhood of 2,500. So obviously that's a tall task for us to take on. So
Is that something that the assessors, they've got, I don't know whether it was the GIS or the ESRI or, they've got those different software packages that help on some of that stuff. I'm wondering, I know it's got to be, the information has to be input somewhere, somehow, but I didn't know if, even if it's some of the flights and stuff, if you can utilize some of those pictures and whatnot to,
the individual structure,
but not the size.
Nor the condition, nor.
But at least if we could get all the locations, and we're not out there just looking for locations, it might make it a little easier on staff.
Well, and a lot of those are buried too. You're not going to pick those up from an aerial.
That's the other.
So
I wouldn't be shocked if they could actually pick them up with some of their technology that they're using. So, but I don't think it's going to be reliable.
It would be expensive. I think the most common thing that you could probably do would be LiDAR right now.
Right.
But I just don't think you're going to pick up a lot of that because they're buried at the end of the day. But go back to what you're originally talking about. We were putting that into a GIS system in the long run. So where we could link those pictures with the database itself as far as the information we put in to be able to pull that up anytime. So that's what we had.
Could be looped into the S3 system.
And the pavement management system should be able to link over as well and just have all of it.
Yeah, and we have it in our office that way.
21st century.
Right. That's how we have it in our office, the information that we have.
Right. It would be in between our signs and conditions.
Again, we have that,
You
but
got that now?
pretty much. It's not all on one map, but
This would put it on one map.
if you wanted to, yes.
It'd be a busy map.
Yes, I was going to say, because the way the sign inventory is set up, you have poles, you have the hubs, you have signs. So, there's maybe 6 or 7 different layers within one point.
Yeah.
So it gets a little complicated.
All right, any other projects for engineering?
Was it 6.6, which was the, nope, sorry. What was the water study? Can we put those two together?
Oh, the water
they
study's
fall
at the
under the
beginning.
same
Yeah,
rule?
they're both 5.6, yeah.
Okay, so let's look at combining those two.
At another date. All right, what's our next item?
The master plan.
My ankle's hungry. Now we just archived
Okay,
that.
okay, perfect. Then this gets into, thank you. This gets into the salary and benefits conversations again, which up to you guys, but may want to come back on. This is the forward looking. None of this is the current reimbursements.
Good.
All right, we'll look at that in August.
Okay. Same with 10072. It's forward-looking salary reimbursements for the sheriff's office. The next several, I believe, are all from the detention center. This one is related to heating and air system. They're wanting to make some updates to the system itself to get it digitally balanced and then replace some of the existing dampers. We have seen kind of the way they have the digital system. It is skewy. It could certainly use an update, and we do think that it is an eligible use.
And this is reimbursement, or is this a new project?
It would be a new project because it would be making an update to it.
This, the way I understand this is that it actually brings every aspect of the air handling. This is, if you guys recall from a few years back, replacing all this, the test and balance. So this would completely implement the entire new system that we spent all the money on, for the dampeners, for everything. It'll all be centrally controlled, one spot, and we'll be able to efficiently monitor and control the temperatures in every cell and every pod.
So they didn't have testing and balancing
They did
when
not
they.
have testing and balancing. They didn't have the money for it. So this would, I have talked to Dale and I've talked to Mandy, and this is something that they've been pushing for.
Remember when we were talking about testing and balancing, and I made a big deal about it, and Keith's like, you can't do it without it.
It's true. So,
God, that was like 8 years ago.
yeah,
All
for
right.
this, but that was for this building. So for this individual project, this is your green lid on this.
Yes.
I'll make a motion that we recommend 10073 Detention Center Heat and Air System for test and balancing to the tune of $2.1 million to the Board of County Commissioners. Well, we got to vote on that. Hold on a
sorry.
second.
Okay, 732.1.
What? Oh,
Project number.
2.1
Yeah,
million.
that took me a
Okay.
minute.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming that they've got this number from the entity that installed the HVAC. They're just coming back to do the testing and balancing on
Yeah,
their own equipment.
They have met with one of the vendors on it.
It does test and balance some new dampeners that were needed, and then
Is it the same contractor though?
the control software. It's all
Okay, because I
same.
don't.
Yeah, there's
want
not
this
any
here.
of that nonsense anymore. No, it's all yeah.
Okay, I'll second.
We have a motion and a second to approve, or to recommend 10073 for heat and air systems in the detention center. All those in favor say aye.
Next is a roof replacement, and just a call out, they have submitted two proposals, one being like a patching of the roof and then one being a replacement of the roof. So you wouldn't want to approve both. This would be to help protect the HVAC system. They have leaks that are coming through the roof of the building and that are destroying the relatively new HVAC system that they put in, and the cost of that HVAC system was about $4 million originally. It is also leaking into the top floor of the facility, which is actually where the clinic is for the infirmary. So they are asking to either replace the roof or to patch the roof. And we think that it is an eligible use specifically because of the public health need, because it leaks into the clinic, and then also for the HVAC need and ventilation system to protect that system.
So is the patching, is that the $25,000 item 10078?
It is.
Miles, do you know, or do either of you guys know whether the 25,000 would get them through a potential build of a new facility?
So here's I wish Keith was in here, because Keith and I have argued about this one pretty extensively. And we're both on the same side of this. The 25,000, there's a bunch of metal flashing and everything. If you recall correctly, about, 8-10 years ago, we actually replaced this roof. That vendor's no longer around, so on and so forth, as is typical. And this product actually was not installed correctly. So it's created some pretty large issues. I don't know that the $25,000 method would last 4 or 5 years for the construction of a new one.
Would
the
it,
other determination on whether we spend 400 or 25 is what do we do with that building? So there's a big question there to be answered on the investment of that building. I have long took the stance that that building has use, not necessarily for a detention center, but for a data warehouse or a data center and some other project for us to use in the future. Because I think that's a great asset for the county as edge computing and stuff comes online. That is a highly desirable spot for the Amazons, the Googles, those types of individuals. To that, if we were going to do something like that and keep that investment that the county taxpayers put in 30 years ago, I would like to see us pay the $400,000 and do the roof and create a lease, a funding source for county for us to start offsetting some of these taxes and costs. So that my take on it would be the 400,000 versus the 25, but that's also a long play of finding somebody to come in and use that as a data center, which those individuals have been discussed with, and they are more than excited about a 600,000 square foot structure with brand new heat and air, turnkey, interstitial floors right downtown. So
I guess what I'm wondering though is at 25,000, even if we had to, if the 25,000 got us through for 2 or 3 years, and then we had to spend another 25,000 to get it the rest of the way, we'd still save $350,000. And if we do wind up doing something with that building and replacing the roof, the pricing may be more advantageous to us down the road when we're not dealing with as high inflation as we are now. Pricing may be better on replacing the roof 5 or 6 years, 4 or 5 years, whatever down the road, as opposed to, you know, this fall.
I wish there was somebody from the detention center here too. I wish Keith was in here because he does know a lot about roofing. There are things he knows about. On 10077 and 78, I don't have enough information yet to move forward, but that's just my opinion. I do want to talk to them a little bit more about this. One of the other things that, and I don't know, on the 10077, was that the attachments for
Sorry, they weren't right.
I don't, or 74, sorry. Did this project have the attachment points built into the roof to be able to go over the side and make the repairs to the side of the building?
That is a great question that we will find out on.
Okay.
Let's go ahead and wait on these 2 items
Absolutely.
so we get some more information.
And if we could ask that question about the
Yeah,
anchor
we
points,
will.
because they were trying to get that.
Mandy's great at communicating with us, so we'll send her a note.
Thank you.
This is in the detention center as well for new elevators. They are requesting the new elevator as it's essential getting to and from. It's essential in their medical unit. Currently, 1 or more of the elevators is in need of repair. So they are requesting new elevator funding.
The answer, I haven't talked to anybody about that one. So I don't know.
Yeah, we can keep going.
This one is not likely.
Correct.
All
This
right,
is
I
for
recommend a
new
motion
generators.
to archive this item.
Which one? 76?
Yeah.
Second. Or are you asking for a motion?
I need, yeah, either or.
I'll make a motion for 10076 to be archived.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second to archive 10076. All those in favor say aye.
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 The next one is for loading dock updates at the detention center. So the loading dock is how they get all of their equipment, whether it's medical, PPE, anything that is coming in and out of the facility comes through the loading dock. The overhead doors are beginning to fail, and we were informed that they have previously fallen on a transportation vehicle. So definitely a need by the detention center. And because of the fact that it's a secure facility and this is the only way that they are able to get PPE equipment and things like that, we do think that it is an eligible use. They've been kind of welding the system.
It's patchwork. I'll make a motion that item 10077, detention center locking dock updates at the amount of $137 be approved or sent to BOCC for approval.
I'll second.
The motion is second for project 10077 be recommended to BOCC. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Thank you.
This was about the roof, so we can go to the next one.
Please.
This is for network infrastructure upgrades. So to keep up with the growing environment, they want to add some technologies to support and mitigate against the spread.
I'm going to
COVID.
defer that till next month.
Okay.
Can I ask one question
Yes.
though, so that you can get the answer if you need? The equipment that they're anticipating purchasing to put in the facility, are they anticipating reusing that equipment in a new facility so that we wouldn't have to turn around and repurchase this same type of stuff?
I'm gonna say I certainly hope so, but we'll ask them.
Can you find out?
A lot of what this is to help with like the remote meetings and like remote court and that kind of stuff. So it would make sense for them to carry it along with them, but we'll definitely ask the question.
Okay.
And you may have a similar question about that in regards to this Avalon system upgrades. This is for the security cameras. It's a security camera upgrade, and it fits under eligibility for contact tracing purposes, but is a full-scale security.
Yeah, seeing as how these security cameras currently are 25 plus years old, and some of the things that we've looked at over the years could certainly use more clarity. I will make the motion to recommend to the BOCC for approval of item 10080, Detention Center Avalon System Upgrade for $479,964.
Now, this says that it was previously budgeted. So is this a reimbursement?
I don't know if it's a reimbursement as of past or in current. Let me see if I have a note on it.
Because if it's a reimbursement or if they're budgeted this year for this expense, then this $479,964 would just come back to the county.
Do what? Well, a recommendation on funding, no. Recommendation on where the money goes, yes. On my end. Meaning?
I don't have it in my like Word doc notes. In order to get into like the internal portal, I can't do it on y'all's county network.
Right.
But we can get that information back to y'all.
Yeah, with that, I'll withdraw. Nice catch. Shoot, next.
All right, so this is possible reimbursement, so we'll defer that till next month.
Sounds good.
All right. And is that the items before us today?
No.
Oh, we got more? I thought 80 was the last one. My apologies.
95 is the last
Oh,
one.
okay. Yeah,
We're getting there.
You can do it.
We're close.
Well, do I lose you guys in 11 minutes?
Yeah, I think we're
Okay.
good till at least 2-ish. The next one is for COVID testing at the detention center. So they test all the new inmates in the intake process, and so this would allow for identifying positive inmates at that time, and would just be for that specific set of COVID testing.
For this current year?
Yeah, I'm doing the same song and dance. I'm like
This
going
is
into my notes.
it
to
says
look at.
on here, it's a reimbursement of
Reimbursement, yeah.
COVID-19 tests. So this would come back to the county general fund.
How does that work? How do we envision that working? I saw Danny in here earlier. Is this,
Well, if we do it before September, then this money would come into the general fund and then we can, well, we may be able to allocate it in September. If not, it'll come into the county general fund and it will sit and to be able to be allocated for the next fiscal year.
This is a reimbursement.
And then in that, are we going to create a cost center of reimbursements inside the general fund?
I think it would
Are the
just,
reimbursements that we've held ourselves?
I think it would just come into the general, it would just come into general fund and say, we have several instances where we have money that comes in the middle of the year and it just has to sit there.
Okay. And this is one that we haven't
Well, if this is a reimbursement, we can defer this to August.
reimbursed or funded before yet, so go ahead.
The next one is for PPE. This one is a reimbursement. It's for a specific set of time, 9/3/21 to 4/22. And so this was for face masks, gloves, those sorts of things. So this one is 100% a reimbursement.
Similar, we need to figure out the accounting mechanism here.
That's fine.
Before we start doing this stuff, what we can figure out, so, in my opinion.
The next one is for their quarantine pod. This is where new individuals coming into the detention center are housed until they are tested negative. So they're in that pod for a minimum of 5 days, meeting CDC guidelines, and then they are tested at the end of those 5 days. And if they're negative, they're moved into the general jail population. And if they test positive, they would remain in the quarantine pod.
And this is a reimbursement as well, it looks like.
Yes, it is. This is from 1/22 to 5/22. This one is for covering the increased costs associated with the care of the DOC inmates. With COVID, the DOC stopped taking new inmates, and the county jail's average number of DOC inmates has increased because of that. We understand that this is a large cost, but we don't think that it fits within ARPA guidelines for funding. This is our understanding, a statutorily set rate, and what they're asking for is the increased amount. They think it because of county judge rule saying that it should be about double what you guys are receiving. We don't think that this should come from county level ARPA dollars. It is maybe something you would want to partner with the state on.
Is that an item where they've been suggested they reach out to the state ARPA?
Yeah, so you and I know that that was something you and I had spoken about, and so when we connect with Mandy on all of our questions, we'll ask her to toss it over there. I don't know that they have asked previously.
I think at this time with this item, if we don't archive this today, we suggest that they take this item to the state ARPA.
I think you can do both.
I would agree.
I'll make the motion that we recommend that the Jail Trust Authority takes item 10085 to the state, and we archive it.
I second that motion.
Ten more.
Motion is second to recommend moving forward to the state ARPA and to archive it off our list. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
This will be for payroll. Part of this includes their sanitation staff, and then part of this includes the facilities management team.
Once
And
again,
this
this is
reimbursement. This
yeah.
is that
Yeah,
mechanism we need
this
to
is a
figure out.
reimbursement.
So,
But this is current fiscal year, or no?
It's from 1/22 to 5/22.
So this would, when we reimburse, it would come back into general because the county's already paid for that expense.
Okay, fair enough. All right, next.
This is for their live scan fingerprint. This helps with the intake process. It expedites the process and prevents the officers from having to physically take people's hands and touch it onto the ink blots. This allows it to be done on an electronically and keeps in mind the social distancing and kind of moves people through the process a little bit faster. And this is a reimbursement as well.
All right, we'll move on.
This is for the full body scanner. It goes kind of hand in hand with the fingerprint scan. This is so that they don't have to do a physical pat down of inmates. They go on a scanning system and it runs that test for them, so nobody has to kind of touch them. Again, it speeds up the intake process, helps prevent COVID, and this one is also a reimbursement.
There's also this is a reimbursement?
Yeah, they've already purchased it.
Is this the one for? Okay.
And it says here to reimburse for their full body scanner in the
What they
statement.
previously budgeted.
All right, next item before I make a comment. Go.
This is for deep cleaning. This is a one-time cost. They're bringing in a outward organization to come in and deep clean the facility from top to bottom. So this would be a reimbursement for that cleaning cost. The cost was, our understanding, budgeted because it was supposed to either happen maybe this month or next month. So it's coming up. So once that takes place, this would cover that cost.
Okay. So they're already budgeted for it though?
Yeah.
So what you're saying, okay. So it would be similar to the reimbursement. Okay.
Yeah, this was one they're doing either way, with or without ARPA dollars. The Juvenile Bureau has a violence intervention program that they would like to initiate. So this is a trauma-focused cognitive behavior intervention. These are evidence-based, and they are supposed to intend to reduce violence and negative behaviors inside the detention center, and then has an outward benefit to the community for when these individuals are released back out into the general public, to hopefully help with some of the underlying maybe mental health needs or concerns they might be having, or just kind of working through trauma care itself.
Jamie, is this annualized or for the next 3 years or what?
I gotta go to
This is 1 year startup program, and in my proposal, I identified what we wanted as outcomes and how we would measure them, and suggested that if this was a successful program and showed merit, that the county might be willing to fund it going forward. So this is just for 1 year.
But until 2025, this would be eligible.
Yeah.
And then we can always include it in our rate that OJA won't pay us. Sorry, I had to throw that out there.
All right, so is this a
Yes.
item, even though she's doing a pilot program, is this an item we want to budget for a 3-year window not to exceed?
This is a 1 year. This is a pilot that we're only
I
funding
know,
for
but I
1 year off of
understand, but
this.
if we think past this year, my guess is our now down to about $100 million will probably be gone by that time unless we budget for those next 2 years.
I think I'm kind of with Michael here. We could go ahead and reserve the money. I think this is this is a great thing for those individuals that are out there. And if we reserve the money and then the pilot program is not successful for some reason, we can always release that later. But if we don't reserve all of it, then we're going to have to remember, we need to hold this amount back just in case, and we may miss it.
So I'll make a motion that we recommend item 10090, Juvenile Bureau Violence Intervention Program, not to exceed $190,000.
I will second.
Thank you.
Hey, Jamie, we've had other pilot programs in the past, such as the music program. Is that still in existence?
Now that he passed away with COVID.
Okay.
So we applied.
Did you say it passed away?
The individual doing it.
Oh, did? Oh, wow. Now I lost track. All right, so motion is second, 10090, not to exceed $190,000 is recommended to the BOCC. All those in favor say aye.
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 This is also a public health service within the Juvenile Bureau for telemental health. So this is for prevention, treatment, recovery, harm reduction for mental health, substance abuse, and other behavioral health challenges. So this would help to establish a telemental health program within the Juvenile Bureau.
Is this yearly or is this for ongoing 3 years?
You only have this one for a year as well, yeah? Sorry, easier since she's here than to
No, you're fine.
log in.
Well, into that, Miles, I'm wondering if this will have a impact on the other monies that we spend to other vendors, if there will be some type of a reduction.
So, Jamie,
I think she's looking through her
Is she
notes.
looking
Yeah,
through
I
it?
think she's looking through her notes.
and then the other with the offset cost, like you were saying, because
This is funding for 1 year. We've never used this, but we wanted to try it instead of trying to hire full-time people to come in. I think it'll be a better use of resources and we'll get a lot of service. Based on the average cost of a session through the telemental health that we've researched, it's about $79 a session. So the way we came up with the money amount is we said, okay, if we have 3 sessions a week times that amount for 10 youth for 50 weeks. So that's how we came up with 118,000.
So will that have an impact on the amount of money that you're spending on other mental health services? You said that it may reduce the.
Well, we requested 1.5 FTE in our budget request this year, which I'm assuming before I started looking at telemental health, I was just going to continue to pursue that in September if funding was available. Then I started looking at this option and I felt like it was maybe better. So we aren't funded for it now. We did, because it was a standstill.
Right, but we had been looking at and having that conversation about having that other position. So I think a lot of us were kind of tracking that future increase. But I think what I'm hearing you say is that future increase that we may have been tracking, it won't be on top of this.
No.
This may replace some of that.
It won't be. I can't remember the exact number, but it was 90,000 something for 1.5 positions, which we probably wouldn't even be able to hire because you can't even find them.
yeah. So we're actually offsetting. So
Mm-hmm.
again, this is a single year. So to that tune, I'll make a motion that we recommend to the BOCC to fund item 10091 Juvenile Bureau Mental Health for $355,500 not to exceed. That would be the $118,500 number for the next 3 years.
You gonna mash your button?
Getting back into this button.
I'll second.
And then with her retiring, do we want to name the program after her? All right, so we have a motion, a second. 10, last at least 3 a year deal. 10091 is recommended for BOCC not to exceed 355,500.
That's correct.
Thank
All
you.
those in favor say aye.
Aye. Jamie, thanks for looking into that and trying to find as best ways that we can help the youth as possible. That's a very creative approach.
All right, so the next couple are from County IT. This one is a reimbursement, and the next one is a reimbursement. This is for the Pantera software for penetration testing. See him coming up.
Just in case there are any questions.
Well, I think it's similar. We're still the reimbursement aspect and how we're gonna track that.
Well, since this is on our side of the fence, would be in a cost center under Arpa dollars. And then at the time that department invoices the cost center, and then they get reimbursed.
No, these are reimbursements. So they've already spent the money So we're gonna move, we'll have to move ARPA money
Understand.
out of there into general fund.
I know, but at the point where it gets into the ARPA cost center for us to track and auditing and for guidelines to assess, to jump the hoops in the reporting purposes for the Treasury, it's in line to do that.
Well, I think Miles and I, the reason why, and Miles, if I'm missing your intent, I apologize, but my understanding is Miles and I were looking at not moving on these reimbursement pieces quite yet until we know where it's going to go in general fund.
Well,
not anything to do with the ARPA side.
Well,
'Cause
okay,
I
let
think
me
we're
just
comfortable on
walk
the
through
ARPA
this. Previous to this, we were talking about items that would possibly go to reimburse items for detention center. This one is gonna just be in the cost center in ARPA until we can determine, or when we determine, okay, we want this down in general fund. So
Mhm.
it'll be there.
No, when you do the reimbursement, it's got to leave the ARPA account.
It does. It does with under ARPA. It comes over into a cost center that Danny creates. Like the previous 4 items we passed, we did that. They went over to a different cost center. And then so when county clerk wants to get reimbursed for their testing, they go and invoice for those dollars. But on the reimbursements, they're already sitting up, as of Thursday, they will be sitting in their own little cost centers.
My understanding is once you put that money into an ARPA cost center for a future project, not for a reimbursement, you will actually bill that cost center. You're not going to use your general fund account to pay for it and then take money from the ARPA, and bring it back over into general fund. You're gonna say, okay, I've got this new expense and it's $10,000, so I'm gonna pay for it out of this line item in ARPA. What we're talking about here is actually that money that's in ARPA has to leave that account and come back to general fund. That's the only way you're going to reimburse general fund. And it's the same thing we did with CARES. We reimbursed and moved the money back over into the general fund account. It's what we did with the sheriff as well. Our recommendation today was to move the money out of the CARES account over into their special fees.
Yeah, but the caveat under the cost center we're moving that over to, let's see, let's use that project 1043. That will move over out of the big pile of ARPA monies. It all sits there, but then for accounting purposes, it's over here in a separate cost center. And then they invoice against that to pay that reserve fund, special reserve fund. And that helps with our tracking and our auditing purposes for when Treasury comes to get us and audit us.
But it left the ARPA account and went to their special account.
It's going to a cost center, and then when they invoice for those dollars, then it'll move. I understand what you're referring to in CARES, but I'm just telling you through ARPA, that's how we've got it set up.
Well, but what we're talking about though is on these reimbursements, it's going to be an immediate invoice, an immediate request for payment, and that payment is going to come from this ARPA account, and it's got to go somewhere. It's either going to go to a vendor like Amazon or wherever directly from the ARPA account, or if it's a reimbursement, instead of going to Amazon to purchase computers, it's going to County General to refund a previous purchase from County General.
All right,
Purchasing
do you want to
agent
move
is
this
shaking their
item,
head,
or
so
are
I
we
guess.
moving on? The question of the reimbursements for detention center is, does that drop down back to our general fund, or did this detention center get additional dollars? And I think we're all in agreement that no, if it's reimbursement, it's a scenario if it gets down to our general fund. So in that scenario, we're going to wait and see how Danny's going to consider walking that through the item. Here, being already an item for our general government, it'll just be moved over and then it drops down. So between now and the August budget board, when this item gets approved, if we're concerned about how it gets from the cost center of ARPA over to general fund, I think we can figure that one out.
Okay, and I think you're probably right, but that would be the same scenario with the detention center. It's because we funded the detention center with general fund dollars. So wherever the reimbursement for the detention center reimbursement expenses, wherever it's coming over into general fund and going to be parked, that's the same place that the county IT Pantera reimbursement will go. All the money will go back to the same place. They're all reimbursements into general fund. So we can either recommend all of them go over to general fund now, or I think what Miles was getting at is he wanted to be 100% certain where in the general fund it was going to go and sit, whether it was going to have to sit for the entire year or whether it can go into reserve at September to be allocated. I mean, I think that was kind of the concern. But if we're gonna go ahead and recommend this reimbursement to come into county general fund, then I say we do it on all of them.
Well, previous to this meeting, the concern with the detention center reimbursements is how do we do that? When they invoice us for the 1/12 of their request, we pull that ARPA monies over and pay their invoice instead of.
We're not paying their invoice, though. Their invoice has already been paid. There's not an invoice anymore. It's just we're taking that invoice as proof that it was paid and reimbursing with it.
So when they invoice us at the end of this month for this month's payroll, you're saying they already have this money?
This is a
No,
reimbursement.
I'm not talking about this item.
No.
He's
on the reimbursement piece. They already had the money because they already paid for it. On the reimbursement pieces.
No. When they're going to invoice us at some point this month for payroll, are you saying we have the money here in general fund? Or are you saying that's already over there?
Well, what you're talking about there is not a reimbursement, because if you're talking about their this month payroll expenses, those have not already been incurred.
But when it comes,
Danny,
but when it comes to items,
I do the same thing. I'm like, which Danny?
Danny Lambert, could you please take the microphone?
You got a much more
Come on down.
I've heard bits and pieces, so that's why I walked down here.
That's great. I'm glad you're here as the budget guru.
Okay,
Wizard.
we'll see.
The question is, so there's a couple of questions as I understand them, and the mechanisms are not set forth as I understand them yet. Cost centers within the general fund of reimbursing ourselves for detention officer or any expense that's already been paid. The way I understand it is we could probably go ahead and put that in the general fund, but there's really not, that's not desirable for tracking, et cetera. We may want to create another cost center underneath the general fund umbrella to be able to track every reimbursement a little bit closer. That would be my preferred, and that's on the trust aspect. Now, Mr. Taylor's got a question about this individual, which is a general fund expense, already expended, and reimbursing ourselves for that general fund expense. Does that go straight into general fund? Is that permissible? Or do we want to take a second in our next BET, create a cost center of which all reimbursable to general fund items go into that one bucket of which we can track every dollar that we've refunded ourselves for?
Yeah, I like that.
Am I off on that, gentlemen? Is that the way I understand?
Well,
I'm
I'm tracking with you. I think if we create a cost center within general government that we can put our reimbursements in, at least as a placeholder in the beginning, and then we can always move it from there. But to show what we got,
I mean, Michael,
I don't dislike that.
Am I on point with what you're saying? Because you're saying that we could just put it into general and it's good. And I think we are good.
Yeah.
But I would just like to be.
both of you have just dropped down to the general fund of the county But what I'm saying is, when we pass an item like this, it's still in ARPA over to a cost center to where then we pull it down. And that's for tracking purposes, for auditing, or later on when treasurers come down to audit where everything went.
I think if we're talking about just a reimbursement for expenses that have already incurred out of general fund, whether it be pay, we're reimbursing for pay, or an item like this that's already been expended, I think in that instance, we want to get that money over to general fund. I like the idea of setting up a, whatever, ARPA cost center within general fund as a placeholder. That way we can allocate those funds come September. So if we're talking about doing that now, let's get the money over to general fund. The money's in there, and then we can budget those dollars when we do the September supplement, show it as revenue within the general fund. So at that point, then we could pull it out of that, let's just say ARPA cost center within general fund and allocate it wherever it needs to go within general fund. If it is reimbursement for general fund expense, that's already happened.
Regardless of it being a trust or any other department.
If it's reimbursement for the trust, the jail trust,
For items that we
budgeted
them for.
yes. Yes, I think so.
We can reimburse that straight
'Cause those
into
funds
general.
came from the general fund, correct.
And you're saying that we could reimburse ourselves into general today, and then BET, we create that, or budget board either way, create that cost center, and then.
I think that's correct. Not thinking it all the way through, just walking up here now, but that makes sense. I would definitely encourage that to go to BET for discussion, how that all works, but this is perfect timing because we do have the September supplement coming up. We're not gonna have to open the budget back up mid-year so yeah,
Right.
The timing is perfect on this.
Thank you for extending this meeting for another 2 hours.
Whatever I can do to help. Now, if it's reimbursements for items that were paid out of capital projects, wherever the expenditure came out of, that money will need to go back to that fund.
Which is why we talked about breaking the sheriff's out separately from the general fund to those specials so it could go back where it needed.
Yeah, if we're reimbursing, exactly, for something that came out of one of their special revenue funds, or for our office, an expense that came out of one of our special revenue funds. It would not go to general fund, we would cut the check out of the ARPA fund 1415 directly to those funds.
We were so close. I mean, we were 3 items away.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. No, that's good.
Thank you.
Yeah, no,
All right.
that's
All right, thank you.
100%.
Thanks, man.
I'm clear. Is everybody else clear?
Thank
Any
you.
other
Crystal.
questions? You want to hang out here for another couple hours?
No, but I'll be in my office, right down the hall.
Well, in the next 12 minutes, what I want to do is get through these project lists and then go from there.
All right, thank you.
So let's let her go through the remainder.
They're
And
quick.
Any actions that we can take later, we can run ourselves.
The-
Everybody amenable to that? Because they got, 2 o'clock, you need to be out here?
Yeah, so back to this one, it's a reimbursement for the Pantera software. This one is also a reimbursement, and it's for the password security software they use. The stores, protects the sensitive network data and passwords. It's already been previously funded, so this would be a reimbursement as well. This is the Q radar system, and it kind of partners with the 2 previous ones, and it is not a reimbursement.
So just as we're talking about this was not a budgeted, neither was, and I don't necessarily want to go all the way back to it, but Project 10001 was also not a reimbursement. And if you're of a mind to approve those 2 items, that would be wonderful, because we would like to get at least some forward traction on those 2 items.
Okay, give me just a second. Is that all of them? You want to go ahead?
What was
One more.
the amount of money on the 10001?
Sorry. Yeah, you'll give me the.
It's fine. Y'all want to go back to 1?
No,
Not necessarily.
It's $224,541.
Say that again.
Yeah, you were nearly
I'm
first
gonna
and
put 'em
last.
together.
So close.
All right, next item.
All right, this is actually the last one. This is for roof replacements at the Juvenile Bureau. They are also hoping to kind of protect their HVAC system by making this upgrade.
Motion that we recommend item 10095 Juvenile Bureau roof replacement at not to exceed 790. Actually, you know what? We can't do that because we need to do some over. So motion to recommend to BOCC that we approve item 10095 Juvenile Bureau roof replacement.
Do you know, is this dollar amount based on a state contract?
Well, and then how old is that? That's why I didn't want to make a determination of exact. And then we got any possible. I mean, we could always come back for more on the overrun, or cost on materials, or 9.1% inflation, whatever. So, is that correct? We could always come back, and but you had said something about earlier about making cushion.
Yeah, I would cushion almost every one of the ones you approved.
How much?
I think it depends on the project. So like your infrastructure projects, I would cushion a little more than like an IT project, you know?
10%, 12%, 15, 20, 25. Look at you.
I'd go on the high end.
That's a great recommendation.
Yeah, I'd go on the high end, but math wasn't my major.
And Joe, statutorily change orders, we're limited to
10%.
10 or 12. I was thinking they might have moved it, but okay, 10%. Okay, there we go. 15 under $1 million. So, all right. To that tune, we'll change this motion again. Motion that we recommend item 10095 Juvenile Bureau roof replacement for the Juvenile Justice Center at $795,376.63 with a 15% possible overrun increase, which would be
On this one, I've not had a chance to talk to Stacy or Keith about it. I'm not comfortable on this one right now.
How much was the lobby for Juvenile Bureau?
Juvenile Bureau lobby was $815,000.
All right.
The cost overrun at 15% on this would be $119,306.45. So that's the motion.
I'm not necessarily against this at all. I just haven't had a chance to talk to Stacy or Keith. I want to know if we're doing a state if we're going to use state contract on this. I know there was some issues with some of the HVAC. Are they going to, try to do some of the HVAC work at the same time? I just want to get a few more questions answered before I'm comfortable on that one.
Okay.
So within the rules on capital expenditures, there are certain thresholds that you have to submit paperwork. By piecemealing all of these together, are we intentionally trying to avoid the written justification? Is it permissible? Have you looked at that yet?
So
Because
the written justification's over $1 million. So this is underneath. If you want to combine the two projects, it would if you wanted to add HVAC in this, which is part of it, that's fine. That all goes together. You wouldn't want to combine a capital projects that aren't related to one another.
So, for instance, juvenile, then you have two projects that total $1.5 million. You just get a juvenile group at $800,000. You don't have to really.
Right. Right.
Treasurer's not going to come back and say, "Oh, I see you smelled out."
Because they don't go hand in hand, since like building the roof doesn't apply to doing the courtroom. They don't have to go together. So yeah, and like our cost breakdowns will show how we get to these numbers. So there's no like, hey, they intentionally kept it under $1 million. That's not occurring.
All right, motion on the roof replacement for Juvenile Justice Center, and your 15% was approximately $119,000.
Total project is $914,683.08. That is the $795 with a 15% overrun.
Okay, I'll second that item. Motion second to recommend items 10095. All those in favor say aye.
I'm no for now.
All right, those are all the projects before us.
We did it.
Okay. And as promised, I offered, Christopher, you wanted to make a comment? Want to take this time?
Thank you. I'll be brief. Can be long-winded at times, but now we're all tired. Okay, so thank you. For one, I want to commend how you ran this. You pushed a lot on wanting accountability. Keep in mind, these are the same people who have mismanaged things for years, so I commend you on that. Oversight needs to be done to the minute detail, to every red cent. I am deeply bothered that over, I would say roughly 80% or so is going to existing power structures that stay within the city. I find that a bit issue. But one of the things I do want to add as a recommendation, and hopefully I should say is a question. When are these presentations, proposals, cost breaks, vendors list, etc., will they be available for the public to view? Because these presentations, I don't think that they were available. And when will the people be able to look at every single line and follow up, ask questions and stuff? And is there any word on that?
In reference to the projects before us today?
Yes, sir.
Well, I believe some, if not all, these items have been presented to this board at the previous meeting.
Okay.
And then they also were presented today. And
Okay.
then of record, but they're available.
Okay, and so we'd be able to look back and they're linked on there, the PowerPoints and everything, correct?
If it's not linked to the agenda, you could get with the clerk's office and give them your email, and they can send you a copy of the document.
Okay, and for all of those. Okay. One of the things that, here's a couple more recommendations. You again brought up using existing structures. I think that we really need to analyze that instead of trying to rush to build something new. One of the jobs that I did when I was in the Army was I was in reconnaissance and combat operations, and oftentimes we'd have to go out in the middle of nowhere and run complex operations out in the middle of a desert. So I don't really buy the whole we can't use existing structures argument all the time, right? There's some things that, yeah, it does make sense to build something new, but definitely really look into how we can try to save money and use existing buildings now. One thing that could cut costs, COVID in a medical tent. That's something we have been pushing for multiple years, is why aren't we testing? People who, the numbers that always get pushed out are people going to court. They've never been people that are not just going to court. So why can't we put a medical tent? You know, why can't we have that? I mean, if the military can do it in the middle of nowhere, we can do it here too. And another thing that would save costs, a lot of this money is going to law enforcement stuff. I believe in robust law enforcement. I believe in robust government. I really do. However, the funding has to make sense. Creating a revolving bail fund. Most people that are in that county jail cannot pay their fines. That's a form of bail reform, which can be done at the county level, per DOJ attorneys, per state attorneys that I've spoken with, even the person who, the DOJ personnel, who was very responsible for Harris County, Texas, for them to do bail reform. That's Texas. You know, they want to separate from our country, Texas. They're doing bail reform. So that's things that can be done here at the county level. It does not have to go necessarily to the legislature level. So these are things that we could get people out of there now to where we could save more money. because most folks are in there awaiting trial. They're not even guilty yet. They haven't had their full due process done yet. So these are common sense, and it could save a lot of money. And we can also get people that are incarcerated in there back out to where they're paying taxes, so therefore we're getting more money back in. That's it. Just some realistic recommendations.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, so as far as entertaining some of these projects that we reviewed, may consider a recess. Did you guys want to meet later today, or do you want to meet Thursday?
Are you talking about for those reimbursement pieces to go back over those?
Well, there were some projects that we reviewed, but we did not make a decision either way.
Mm-hmm.
So there's still some items. Do we need to move them forward? Do we just want to wait till August?
These are you're talking about the general fund. Let's just recess till Thursday if you want to address the general fund issue.
All right, so on that item, Thursday morning, what do you have on the schedule for this room?
Yeah, budget board.
We could meet, since these are items to either recommend or archive or suggest till August, do you guys want to meet at 8:30 or do you want to meet at 1:30? Yeah.
I was looking at Friday.
That doesn't give us enough time if we recommend it to BOCC for next Monday. Do we? Now they say that out loud. If you all forgive me, I haven't had lunch.
Yeah. How about we recess till Friday at 10?
Friday at 10?
That would be the motion.
Okay, let's hold on to that thought.
Okay.
Item 8, was there any other items?
Motion to strike item 8. It's the duplicative of item 7 verbatim.
Well, it's approving,
Approved project. Okay, line 3. Okay. Gotcha.
all right, seeing no items there,
That one word's important.
we've had citizen participation. Any board comments?
None for me.
No.
And then my thought is, we chatted about this last week in the reference to review of what Oklahoma City's doing with their grants, and just next meeting, if we can get an update on how that looks and if we can mirror some of that. Any new business before this board? Seeing none, entertain a motion to adjourn.
I'll make a motion to recess till 10 a.m. on Friday.
Oh, fair enough. That might help. I have a
Second.
motion to recess 10
Miles, you gonna smash away?
10 a.m. or 10:30?
10:30 is fine.
10:30 Friday. With that motion before us, all those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Thanks everybody for being here. Have a safe flight. Sucker going to DC. Danny, where are you from? Okay.